Do you see the bottle of wine that was purchased in this video?
Yes, it's right there.
Oh, that big old bottle of wine.
We could move on to publication of the second survey.
There's also an area of ecchymosis up here on the left side of the forehead with also some swelling associated with that. The lips have some contusions and small lacerations.
And bless you and all of you too, I'll get rid of him.
Yikes.
Then I'll be better.
I'm still the boss of the city, so we gotta work together and try to figure it out.
Thank you, ma'am.
And y'all heard what I said. It's John Sorry. Have a good one.
And ma'am, do you see the person today here in court who admitted to zipping up George Torres in the suitcase?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the person today here in court whose voice you heard on the suitcase video taunting George Torres?
Yes.
Do you see the person here today in court who admitted to you flipping George Torres while he was in the suitcase?
Yes, I do.
Hey, don't be scared of how long this video is. I've included all the long footages of the surveillance, the interrogations. If you don't want to listen to that, or you want to listen to pieces of it or parts that, you know, might be more interesting to you, you can just jump right ahead or skip those if you want. So I left those in just for the sake of this video, but this video doesn't have to be long. If, for example, you already listened to the police station interrogation and you don't want to listen to it again, or if you listen to part 1 of the police car interrogation, you don't want to listen to it again, you can skip all of those. But for those who are here and you haven't listened to them, have fun. Have fun, really. Especially if it's your first time listening to it. Definitely, you're going to have a lot of fun with that. Whew, lots of eye rolling and lots of disbelief. A pretty bad interrogation. I hope you guys had a good weekend. Sarah Boone is going to be testifying tomorrow. Can you believe that? The state will be finishing up their case with their last witness tomorrow. We're going to have a cross-examination, and then they think Sarah Boone's going to testify sometimes in the morning, but who knows? Sometimes there's delays like today. Today there was a delay for about an hour before court started, but things were sorted out and we are all good now. We start with witness number 11 today, Sarah Zeidowicz, who is the forensic pathologist. I'm sorry, guys, I'm really sleepy still. She's a forensic pathologist, and she's going to talk about George, his injuries, and essentially what we haven't really heard so far about George. I mean, we know that he died of positional asphyxiation. It was ruled as a homicide, but let's hear more details about what happened to George.
Did you perform the autopsy?
Yes.
And what were your findings as to cause and manner of death?
So the cause of death, which I put on the death certificate, is positional asphyxia with environmental suffocation. And the manner of death was I classified as homicide.
You also mentioned environmental suffocation. Could you tell us a little bit more what that means in more layman's terms?
So that just means that there's not enough oxygen in the environment that the person is in. You could think of somebody who's in an enclosed space where there's a fixed amount of oxygen. So as that oxygen is, as that person is breathing, they're using up all the oxygen. And once it's gone, there's no oxygen left. Or you could think of maybe people who are, climbing Mount Everest. There's not as much oxygen up there, and that's why they have oxygen tanks. So it just means that the amount of oxygen available in the air around that person is not enough to sustain them. Based on some of the findings, I favor that he was most likely in like a fetal type position. So knees flexed, arms flexed, and the head most likely flexed forward. But again, that's from my findings. I didn't see what position he was in.
What side of his body would he be resting on in this fetal position?
That's most likely his left side. However, I do say the caveat that some of the findings are dependent on time, meaning that if that suitcase had been moved or flipped over, that could be different than what I'm seeing at the time of my examination.
Tell us, what is skin slippage?
So after death, the body goes through a series of progressive changes. And one of those changes is skin slippage. And what that does is it tells me that that person is a little bit further away from the actual time of death. So it's not something that's going to occur immediately after death for most people. It's something that would occur a little bit later on in that process of changes that happens after death.
Wait, like flipping the suitcase still after he died?
The time frame that I had was about 11 hours, just from the last time that he was known to be in the suitcase versus the time that he was found. So I'm basing it off of that. So about an 11-hour time period. When I did my examination, the rigor mortis was already dissipating or leaving. Also, there was some skin slippage. And so if he had not been in the suitcase, if he had been out of the suitcase, I would not expect that advanced amount of change. It's compatible with him being in that suitcase for a longer period of time. It would have been warmer. And also if he had been, struggling to get himself out, engaging that physical activity, those are things that are going to accelerate or speed up that process. So my findings at the time of the examination are compatible with that 11-hour time period, or, somewhere around there.
Now we're going to hear the brutal details of what Sarah Boone did to George, or at least what her actions led to. Bruises all over George's body. He had some bleeding coming out. He had some cuts. He had some swelling. And so she's going to go over his body with a little chart and talk about where he got most of probably his worst injuries.
Additionally, did you note any injuries to the body of George Torres?
Yes.
What was the first blunt impact injury that you identified?
So there were some blunt impact injuries to his head. I don't think it's on this one, but there were some blunt impact injuries to his head right up here around the eye and on the mouth area.
And then, did you notate any injuries to his hand?
Yes, so there were some ecchymoses, or you can think of that as like a large kind of bruise on both hands.
What other blunt impact injuries did you identify?
So there's a series of ecchymoses on the left side of the back, which right about here.
And any others?
There were some on the forearms as well.
And you use this body chart, you say, in addition to photographing the injuries that you document, correct?
Yes.
He was trying to get out of the suitcase. He might have got his fingers out, and then she started beating his fingers.
Part of your examination, and I believe it's on the body chart itself, do you document the height and weight of the person as well?
Yes.
And what was the height of Mr. Torres?
So technically for us, it's length. Height is the measurement that's taken while someone is standing. So his length was 62 inches, and his weight was 103 pounds.
In regards to these blunt impact injuries, how is it that you come to the conclusion that these injuries were the result of blunt impacts?
So these are typical wounding patterns for blunt force trauma. And when I say blunt force trauma, that can mean something striking a part of the body, or on the other hand, it can be the body striking an object. And that causes injury to the skin, and to the soft tissue, and sometimes the deeper tissues, depending on how severe.
I'm sorry, if you're not in America, you guys use kilograms for a weight, right?
Or how strong that blunt force trauma is.
Are these injuries consistent with a person?
Okay, so for those of you guys who are not Americans, George is 160.2 centimeters and 46.72 kilograms. For those of you guys who are not Americans, you're like, what is the conversion?
Being struck with a baseball bat.
They could be, yes.
Are they consistent with a person being pushed down a flight of stairs?
They could be, yes.
Can you say whether or not these injuries occurred while George Torres was in the suitcase?
No.
Why is it that you cannot say that?
So all of these injuries seem to have occurred around the same time, meaning that they're relatively acute or new. They're not things that are healing or something that happened last week. So they all occurred around the same time. But you can't really look at a bruise or a contusion and say, oh, that happened 2 hours ago. There's not a good way to do that.
Are these injuries consistent with them occurring while he was inside the suitcase?
Yes, they could be.
So we are wondering, was George hit with a baseball bat outside of the suitcase and then put in the suitcase? Or was he hit while he was in the suitcase? We have a lot of questions, but we're not going to get those answers because who knows the answers to those? It's Sarah Boone. Everyone else just has to look at the evidence and try to do some guesswork on what could have happened or maybe could have not happened. I don't know. The more we learn about this case, the more we learn about the details, the more grueling and the more gruesome it is that we find out of the actions of Sarah Boone and what she did to George that night. I still can't believe she confessed to hitting him with a baseball bat, but she had to. At least she confessed to something, but did it make it worse for her? In my opinion, I do think so, yes.
As part of your examination, do you also check the toxicology of George Torres?
Yes.
So someone in my chat was wondering if Sarah Boone may have drugged George with the diazepam, because there was a diazepam syringe that was found in the suitcase where George was found, but I don't remember if they said it was already if it was a full syringe or if it was already something that was already used. I don't remember that. However, she's going to talk about the toxicology report because we are wondering what else happened to George.
And is that something that's pretty standard in any autopsy?
Yes.
And what were the toxicology results for George Torres?
So there was a blood alcohol level of 0.139 milligrams per deciliter, and there was also caffeine and nicotine detected as well.
So
That level of alcohol, is that over the legal limit in the state of Florida to drive?
Sure. So for driving under the influence, that's a 0.08. So that is higher than that.
What does that alcohol level at the time of your autopsy tell you about
With
George
whether or not
Torres' level of impairment 11 hours earlier?
So I don't necessarily know that it was 11 hours earlier, but it was at the time of death, at or near the time of his death. That's what the blood alcohol level was. So at that level, everyone reacts a little bit differently to alcohol, and some of it has to do with whether or not somebody is accustomed to drinking alcohol or if they've never had alcohol. So you can develop tolerance. But at that level, there's going to be impairment of judgment. There can be impairment of motor skills. There can be slurring of words, something that's called disinhibition or lack of inhibition. And again, it's really variable from person to person, but those are the common things that you would see at that level.
Would that level of alcohol impair the ability to problem solve?
It can, yes.
You said 0.139 milliliter per deciliter?
You also stated earlier that you document your autopsy findings also photographically, correct?
Yes.
I think it was 0.139 milliliter per deciliter. I think that's what she said. Now, Mr. Cacciatore of the state, he's going to start showing photos of George's autopsy on the screen. We're not going to be able to see most of it because things are a lot different now than before when I used to watch court coverage on live stream. Live streams, they used to be so savage. They would show everything. I remember just a couple months before Depp v. Heard, I was watching a stabbing trial for a bar fight, and they showed the victim's body. And, there has been times where you see the deceased up there. So I think now that there is more court coverage, now there are more people watching, there's more eyes on it. And then they're probably trying to put sponsorships and all that stuff. So we don't see pictures of deceased, which I think is good. I think it's good that we don't see that. Let's leave that in the courtroom. We might see some parts of his body where it's bruised up. And yeah, the state does a good job of describing what we're looking at, but we won't be able to see it. Just letting you guys know. Or if you guys didn't want to see it anyways, just letting you guys know. You don't have to be worried.
Tell us, what is this a photo of?
So this is the identification photo that's basically just showing from about the level of the collarbones up.
And this is George Torres?
Yes.
Did you note any signs of injury in this photo?
Yes. So there's some ecchymoses around the left eye. There's also an area of ecchymoses up here on the left side of the forehead with also some swelling associated with that. The lips have some contusions and small lacerations. And then on the left shoulder here, you can see a little bit of some ecchymoses here, or again, ecchymoses are kind of like big bruises. So this is his right arm near the elbow. And right here you can see this kind of darker area. So this looks similar to an abrasion, but it's actually, it's what's called drying artifact. And again, this is one of the reasons that I think that he was in that suitcase for a little bit longer. Most likely that was a pressure point where part of that suitcase was resting on his elbow in that area. And then after death, that tissue dries out, and that's the discoloration that you're seeing there. So here you can see a little bit better. I don't know if you can get a feeling for this, but this area is what we call edema or swelling. So this whole area is edema. It's a little bit discolored, so ecchymosis. And then again, really at the corner of the eye here, you can see that darker discoloration. And so those are injuries from blunt force trauma.
Ooh, she beat the shit out of them.
This is the left shoulder and arm. So again, you can see this kind of red to purple area. So this is all ecchymoses, and then a couple of linear abrasions or scratches. This is the same area, just a little bit closer up. So you can see this whole area of ecchymoses. It's a little bit variegated, differential in color. But again, that's all blunt force trauma.
And what part of the body is this we're looking at?
This is the left shoulder.
States 6 from the composite?
That's the same area, but in this picture we have a scale or the ruler.
And why do we use scales and rulers?
That's just to give an idea of how big the area is or how large the injury is. So this is the left forearm and hand, and you can see the area right here. That's a little bit red to purple, and then also right here on the left hand, right here.
That was the shoulder, I believe.
Those are all areas of ecchymosis, again, blunt force trauma. Again, the left arm. Just from a little bit of a different angle, so you can see, and a little bit with the elbow too here, but you can see all these areas of ecchymosis. Now looking at the left hand, a little bit closer up, so you can kind of see a little bit better these areas of ecchymosis.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for her because crime scene person said Sarah Boone had no injuries on her whatsoever. Yeah, because I think when the video happened, that was when he was already kind of defeated.
So now we're looking at the back, and you can see that there are these linear abrasions in the mid-back.
Probably from after being beat.
Scratch marks for...
They could be scratch marks. They could also be blunt impact, more of just a straight-on blunt impact, especially being in that suitcase if there are objects in there.
Explains why he was being more aggressive about trying to get out. Yeah, now, like it's starting to all make sense. It's starting to all fit in now. That's why he was like begging and pleading with her, because if he was being more aggressive or trying to get out, she probably would have got the baseball bat and started hitting him again. Now, this next part I think is really interesting. I've never heard of livor mortis before. I've only heard of rigor mortis. So she's going to explain to us what livor mortis is. And from hearing what she says, I kind of have some thoughts about that.
What is the discoloration that we see around his shoulders and then some other spots on his back as well?
Sure. So you're talking about this area?
Yes.
So that's called livor mortis or lividity, and that's one of the changes that we see, again, after death. And basically what that is it's postmortem, after death, settling of blood in the blood vessels. And so it's dependent on gravity, and it's dependent on the person's position. So what I mean by that is we're seeing it on his back because after the time of death, at some point in time, he was more positioned on his back. And the areas that are lighter, That's because for a couple of reasons. It could be the position of the body, meaning that it's not in a gravity-dependent position, or there could be something pressing on it.
I wonder if it's possible to tell when Sarah Boone took him out of the suitcase. Because what if she took him out way before the 911 call? Because she's talking about something called livor mortis, where the blood settles depending on your position, and it seems like it settled on the back more. So I wonder at some point, did she take him out of the suitcase and then he was on his back and then she fell asleep? Or I don't know, maybe she'll get into it.
So either one of those. So now you're seeing the left side of his back and also the back of his left arm. And you can see these areas here of ecchymoses, and these are a lot darker than some of the others that we've seen. One of the things that I did is I looked underneath the skin in these areas because they're so much darker and so much more dense. So I wanted to see if there was injury of the deeper tissues. So these areas are associated with hemorrhage or bleeding into the skeletal muscle, so the deeper tissues. And so that's just indicating more force applied to that area.
And when you did your internal exam, did you examine this area and did that inform your findings?
Yes. That's showing those areas a little bit closer up. So you can see that they're much more dense. There's at least 3 distinct areas here. There could be more than 3 impacts, but there's at least 3 separate ones that can be seen. And this is just showing the upper back and the back of the neck. We've got a linear abrasion right here on the back of the neck, and these were the ones shown in the earlier pictures.
We've discussed and seen.
Yeah, because I don't know, that's what online says, but maybe she'll talk about it again. But it says rigor mortis starts setting in about 2 to 6 hours after death. However, peak stiffness begins at 12 hours. And then after 36 hours, the rigor mortis starts going away. So if George was in the suitcase for 11 hours and she took him out 11 hours later, he would have been really stiff, right? So I wonder if she took him out way earlier than that.
Seen evidence of many different injuries. In total, how many blunt impact injuries did you identify?
I can't give you an exact number. Again, you can have multiple impacts in a very close area, so it can be hard to discern each one. They can overlay each other, or they can be so close to each other. But at least 5 to 6, most likely more than that.
We also saw some of it photographically. As you also mentioned impact to the left side of the head.
Yes.
And I believe that was subgaleal?
Subgaleal, so kind of similar to what I was describing on the back. I looked at the underside of the scalp. And so in those areas on the left side of his forehead where there was the edema, when we reflect or we fold the scalp over, there was hemorrhage or bleeding that went through the entire scalp and was deposited on the skull. There was no associated skull fracture, and there was no bleeding inside of the skull, but it was all in the scalp and deposited on the outer surface of the skull.
So under the skin, but not under the skull?
Correct.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Okay, so for Owen's cross-examination, I think it starts off a little bit confusing because there are terms that we don't know, and I'm sure the jury don't know as well. So it gets a little bit confusing. It does get cleared up in redirect with Mr. Cacciatore, but for the sake of you guys not being confused, they're going to talk about drawing blood and drawing something from the vitreous level. So that's how they get like the blood alcohol and then the vitreous, alcohol level, I think it's called. She's going to say that when you do your blood drawn, right? When you get your blood drawn, you're going to have your blood alcohol content. It was at 0.138. However, I think in the vitreous, which is in the eyeball, I know you might squeal a little bit, but it's in the eyeball. The alcohol, metabolizes slower. So it's going to show kind of and the number was going down. Okay. All right. Because they didn't explain it to us when they were doing cross-examination. I was like, wait, what's the difference between vitreous and the blood alcohol again? I don't know any of this crap, but I hope that clears it up for you. If not, she'll explain it and redirect it, and she'll do a way better job than I did. I just want to play the redirect now because I don't want to confuse you guys.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes.
All right.
You also ordered the...
Owens is doing the cross-examination.
Doctor, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is James Owens, and I'm one of the lawyers that represents Sarah Boone here today. And I've got 2 questions. And you
I'm surprised he didn't introduce himself by saying, James Owens here, been in the case for about 46 days now.
And you did order the blood alcohol test of the decedent in this case. And you said he was a 0.38.
No, 0.138.
0.138. And you also ordered the vitreous level
Yes.
of alcohol as well? And the result was a 0.213?
Yes.
And you would agree that's about, it's about 3 times the legal limit?
Close, yes.
Now, you would agree that
0.213?
at those levels, there are some pharmacologic effects from ethanol in the body.
Yes.
And I know you mentioned some, but you agree that that level of alcohol in the body would impair somebody's judgment
For most people, yes.
and their decision-making abilities.
Yes.
And it would release inhibitions,
Yes.
and they would be more apt to take risk that they otherwise would not.
Yes.
Oh, God.
And of course, it would impair motor skills and potentially loss of balance.
Yes.
It would also impair coordination,
Yes.
hand-eye coordination, as well as fine motor skills.
Yes.
It also impairs memory, alcohol does.
Yes.
So there are lots of effects that ethanol has on the body.
Yes.
Now, you're aware in this case that George Torres, the decedent, stepped into the suitcase under his own power in a game of hide and seek.
That's how it was reported to me, yes.
Do you have any evidence to dispute that?
No.
It just sounds like bullshit. I'm sorry, I don't buy that he got in the suitcase because of all the fighting that the neighbors heard. I don't buy it.
Now, you said that the lividity was in the back, correct?
There's lividity in the back and also on the left side of the body as well.
And you agree
Oh,
the
the
body
left
is
side.
stored at the morgue on its back?
Correct.
Now, were you aware of the last time that Miss Boone, my client, actually saw her boyfriend alive or observed him in the video, in the suitcase by video from her phone?
I think in the report it was around 12:30 or 1 in the morning, somewhere around there.
Have you looked at either one of those videos from her phone?
I briefly saw one that the detective showed me.
Do you know if that was the 2-minute video or the 22nd video?
I believe it was the shorter one.
Okay. So would it be fair, if I said the time last seen was around 11:30, would you dispute that, or?
No.
Okay. So really,
And don't forget, Sarah Boone also said that she also got in the suitcase.
from the time, I guess it was 11:30 that evening with the videos, and then you understood that the body was found around 12 hours later the next day or so, would you agree that the death occurred sometime within those 2 periods of time?
Yes.
We don't know exactly when that is. So
Yeah.
it would be a guess if we tried to speculate about that.
Yes.
Now, considering the 3,000 autopsies, how many cases have you ruled the cause of death as positional or postural asphyxia?
A handful of times. It's not very common.
So about 5 times or less?
Yes.
All right, so Owens was like, so when you're that drunk, you're more apt to take risks, right? Like getting into a suitcase, maybe? Impairment of judgment? I don't buy the getting into the suitcase thing anymore. I did initially, because I was like, oh, they were drunk, they were having fun, you got into a suitcase. But now that we know that the neighbors said they heard arguing, I don't believe that.
How many of those cases of the 3,000 that you've done where you found environmental suffocation?
Probably 2 to 3.
So very few?
Yes.
In a positional asphyxia case, that's kind of an example, like you get stuck in a hole, and as you breathe, you sink deeper into the hole, or it tightens.
It can be anything that impairs the actual physical aspect of breathing. So that could be if the neck is flexed very much forward, so that way cutting off the air supply up towards the top of the head. That could be something compressing around the torso, so not being able to take a full breath. So those are examples of
Or another example may be falling out of a tree stand and getting suspended upside down,
yes,
or the majority of the blood gets in the top half of the body.
yes.
Would you agree in those type situations that the deaths occur fairly quickly, usually within an hour?
They can. It depends again on the situation.
She didn't mention that he had diazepam in his system. She just mentioned there was nicotine, alcohol, and caffeine.
You said Mr. Torres was 5'2" and 103 pounds?
Yes.
Unless, I don't know if that's something you have to like specifically test for.
Do you know how big the suitcase was that Mr. Torres was in?
I don't have the exact measurements with me.
So if I told you the measurements, you wouldn't know one way or the other what they were?
No, I think they were described to me, and I saw the pictures from the scene, and I was able to review crime scene photos to see what the actual suitcase was like.
Okay.
Yeah, they had the needle was in, or the syringe was in the suitcase. So I don't know if it was from like a different day or they just had it laying around or what. But if they found it in the scene, I'm sure they would have tested for it, right, to see if that was in his system. She only mentioned nicotine, caffeine, and alcohol.
Do you know the crown to rump length of Mr. Torres?
No.
Did you do any demonstrative study on the suitcase to determine what kind of spacing he would have inside that enclosure?
No.
And you don't know the position that Mr. Torres or his orientation at the time that he was in the suitcase was?
Again, I favor a fetal position, but again, I didn't observe him in the suitcase.
Okay.
She's like, no, I didn't do a study on that
But
specifically.
you don't know exactly what the positional component was that caused, or what led you to believe caused his death?
Correct. I mean, based on his stature and what the suitcase was, he would have had to have flexed at the hips and knees to be able to fit into the suitcase.
So based on what you've said, you would agree you didn't know how much Mr. Torres would have been able to move and stretch his various extremities inside the suitcase, do you?
No.
So you would agree that his repositioning inside the suitcase would have been easier if he didn't have so much alcohol in his bloodstream?
I don't know that I would agree with that.
Excuse me?
I don't know that I would agree with that.
Well, you said his fine motor skills would be impaired by the alcohol.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you meant his ability to just move.
Yeah, that's what I thought
To
too.
reposition himself inside this, that would be limited to some degree by the alcohol he consumed.
It could be. I mean, that's not really a fine motor skill. But
Okay. Or the use of his hands to unzip the suitcase.
Sure.
Oh, okay. We see where Owens is going with this. Owens is trying to say George was so drunk that when Sarah gave him enough space in the zipper to unzip himself out, that he was too drunk to do it himself. And that's why he was stuck in there, even though she was right there the entire time. Okay, I see where he's going.
That would be limited to some degree by the alcohol he consumed.
it could be. I mean, that's not really a fine motor skill. But
Okay. Or the use of his hands to unzip the suitcase would
Sure.
be affected by the alcohol that he had consumed.
Sure, that could be.
Okay.
But she was right there. She could have done it. She didn't.
Do you know how porous the fabric of that suitcase was?
No,
Did you run any tests on the suitcase?
no,
Were you aware that the suitcase, the lock on it or the zipper on it was broken? The pull handles were broken?
yes, I did know that.
Do you agree if there is a portion of the zipper that's open that air can travel in and out of that space?
Yes,
Do you know what the anticipated exchange of gases would be through that fabric?
no,
Do you know if, the suitcase was out in the rain and it rained, do you know whether or not rain or the liquid would pierce the interior?
I don't know.
What? Do you know if it was waterproof?
So from what I gather, no studies were done on the suitcase.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So we
No.
don't know that zipper being busted, what exchange of air could go in and out.
Correct.
Now, we talked about these blunt force injuries, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Would it be fair to the jury to say that there were no broken bones?
there were no broken bones.
And it would be fair to say that the blunt force injuries on his body that the jury has seen here today did not contribute to the cause of his death.
Not likely.
Now, I think you didn't put that anywhere in your report. That it did not,
I included it in my report. I did not include it on the death certificate.
as the reason or contributing cause of the death.
Correct.
Yes, Jan Levinson from Office. Yes, that's who I was thinking of.
Can I put up a couple of those exhibits?
She does. I was like, man, she looks familiar, but I just can't figure out who.
Are you aware that there was a baseball bat that was gathered in evidence in this case?
I didn't hear about that until later.
When is later? When did you first learn about the baseball bat?
That might have been around the time that I was sitting for a deposition, but I can't quite
When your
remember.
deposition was taken?
I don't have the file folder. I don't know when I was deposed.
Yeah, this lady
I'm going to show you this exhibit. This is
does.
circular type injuries.
Yes.
And you've seen a regular baseball bat or a kid's baseball bat.
Yes.
A wooden bat. And if you were to swing that bat and hit somebody's body or hit a suitcase and the blunt force, that would be a linear line across that person. Would it be a line?
It could be depending on the position of the body, the position of the suitcase, and the position or how the object came in contact.
What is a linear injury mean?
So linear injury is if you think, linear, it's more like a line.
Now, if you took the barrel of the bat, the very end of the barrel of the bat, and you poked into the suitcase with the barrel of that bat, would those spots there in this exhibit, is that consistent?
That's compatible with that, yes. That's compatible.
Wait, what? If you took the bat and then you poked it into the suitcase?
And you poked into the suitcase with the barrel of that bat, would those spots there in this exhibit, is that consistent?
That's compatible with that, yes. That's compatible.
And then here's a close-up, this is picture
How was that any better?
of
If you used the barrel of the bat and then poked into the suitcase, could have caused those injuries. Why would that be good for him?
15. Again, a close-up, same question.
Does that sound better than beating?
With poking the suitcase, if he's in the suitcase at the time, thrusting the barrel of that crown of that bat, would potentially run those type injuries?
Yes, it's compatible with that.
I don't know how that's any better. So maybe George got those injuries by being thrusted by a baseball bat. Again, you guys help me understand how that could be better for Sarah Boone. Next, we get into, well, what if George died of something else? What if he died of, I don't know, maybe a heart attack? How do you know that he didn't die of something else, an underlying disease? She still could have done it in a way that was really aggressive and painful.
The cardiovascular system. Do you have your report?
I do.
Okay. You describe the proximal third of the left anterior descending coronary artery having greater than a 75% narrowing of the lumen due to its centrically placed firm yellow-white fibrolipid atherosclerotic plaque?
Yes.
And is that pretty much verbatim with what you said in the report?
Yes.
And that terminology is synonymous with a single vessel high-grade atherosclerotic coronary artery disease.
Yes.
And in that location, it's kind of a classic location for what people refer to as the widowmaker.
Yes.
Because of the location in that vessel that supplies most of the circulation to the left ventricle.
Yes.
If you had a spasm in that artery, that could nearly totally obstruct the lumen and cause a fatal heart attack, could it not?
It could cause a dysrhythmia, yes.
I'm sorry?
A dysrhythmia or an abnormal beating of the heart.
But
Oh no, we're gonna go with the heart attack thing.
that could kill him.
It could.
The lumen is the inside space of the tubular structure.
Yes.
Of that, and so that was blocked, over 75%.
It was. But there was no evidence of myocardial scarring. So when the vessels become blocked, you prevent blood from getting to the muscle of the heart. So there was no evidence that there was any scarring. There was no evidence that there was anything that happened acutely. When that happens, we can see changes in the actual muscle of the heart. So there were no changes suggestive of that.
Well, let me ask
Oh man, Owen's really gonna go through what is it? Sarah Boone was like, was it a heart attack? Was it an aneurysm? I don't know what happened. Is he gonna go through all those other scenarios that Sarah Boone provided? Are we gonna do aneurysm next?
you, if he were to get out of the suitcase on his own and he would have passed out or fell asleep on the couch, and she would have woken up the next day about that time and came down, and he was dead on the couch, and you did this autopsy, would it be fair to say that in your ruling on cause of death, that single vessel coronary artery osculosclerosis would be your probable cause of death?
It could be, but any sort of injury overrides natural disease if the injury is significant, right? So you don't have to be a perfectly healthy person to have trauma and die. So it's very common that we see people that have injuries for whatever reason, but also have a lot of natural disease. But we look at it as the injuries override the natural disease because especially atherosclerotic disease, that's considered long-term, right? So that's been going on for years and years. People walk around with that all the time. So what's different is that we have trauma, and so that overrides natural disease. And sometimes natural disease can contribute, but again, it depends on the individual. It depends on the circumstances.
So absent the positional asphyxia or the environmental asphyxia, and he was dead, and you did the autopsy, it would be fair to say that you would determine this was a natural death from an isolated coronary heart disease, would you not?
It would depend on the circumstances. Again, I can't speculate on this case because I know what I know about
If you
it.
had nothing else, the widowmaker would cause his death, or you would have to have assumed, having nothing else, that would have caused his death.
I most likely would have given him cardiovascular disease.
I know, right? It's like not on purpose, just because I was torturing, just because he was in the suitcase, just because I was attacking him while he was in the suitcase. He probably had a heart attack. That's probably what he died from.
Is it fair to say that George Torres, the decedent, was in the elimination phase since the blood ethanol was below the vitreous value?
Yes.
Given the vitreous value was a 213, is it justified in saying the decedent's blood ethanol level was at least a 0.213 prior to starting the elimination phase?
Yes.
And now you know that the normal elimination rate is, I believe, 0.015% per hour?
Yes.
Is that
Oh, it's elimination phase when you're at like peak blood alcohol level, and then it starts going down from then on. Is that what the elimination phase is? I might have missed
standard?
It's an estimate.
And so we have a difference of a 0.138 to the 213. So roughly 5 hours of elimination. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
So in other words, you would agree there's a short interval where the vitreous and the blood are identical.
Yes.
And then the blood drops beneath the vitreous value as ethanol is metabolized in the blood.
Yes.
So is it fair to say, given the significant difference in the blood and the vitreous ethanol values, that the true vitreous and blood ethanol level had to be much higher than what is reported in your report at the time that he passed?
At the time that he passed? No, this is reflective of the time that he passed.
Say again?
This is reflective, the 0.139, that's reflective of the time that he passed. There's not, metabolism after death of the alcohol.
All right. Well, let me. What I'm saying is, he could have been prior to that time of passing. He could have his blood alcohol level would have been much higher.
It was at least at the same level as the
At least the
vitreous.
two.
Yes.
At least the 213.
Yes.
It could have been much higher.
It could have been, yes.
Ethanol represents the most commonly used drug worldwide, is involved in clinical and forensic toxicology. Based on several reports, excessive alcohol consumption is the main contributing factor in traffic accidents, drowning, suicides, other crimes. For those reasons, it becomes essential to analyze the alcohol concentration during autopsy. Although blood is usually used for blood analysis in postmortem cases, it could suffer alterations, putrefaction, and microbial contaminations. As an alternative to whole blood, vitreous humor has been used successfully in medical legal studies. So that's probably why they have like a blood alcohol and then the vitreous one. So that was when I was confused. What the hell, the vitreous and the other? Like it. I wanted someone to explain to me more plainer terms, and I think in redirect that gets addressed in a more clear fashion. Owens did try to, but I was a little lost when he was explaining it.
You may proceed.
Redirect.
You were asked several questions on cross-examination about the alcohol level in this case, and I believe there was a term metabolic phase or elimination phase. Could you just explain for us what that is?
Thank you. Oh gosh, thank you. Because I was like, did I miss something or what? Thank you, Mr. Cacciatore.
Sure. So in the toxicology testing, there's two different levels that I ordered for levels of alcohol. One is they look in the blood to see the level of alcohol. The other is in what's called vitreous fluid or eye fluid. And we look at both areas because that can give us an idea of whether somebody is metabolizing through the alcohol or whether it's still rising. It just gives us an idea sometimes of how close to death they were when the ingestion of alcohol happened. But basically, the level in the eye fluid trails behind what we see in the blood. There will be a small point in time, as we discussed earlier, that they will be almost the same. But you can just think of it as the blood alcohol goes up, and then a brief period of time later, the alcohol in the eye fluid will start to show.
So that's where they got the vitreous fluid, from the eye. Okay, that makes sense.
Again, it's just to give us an idea of whether somebody is metabolizing or whether they're still, the level is still rising, or if they're still, intaking alcohol.
So the result in this case was indicative that George Torres's level was coming down.
Yes.
And I think some of the math was
I think Mr. Cacciatore realized that us were all confused, and probably the jury too were like, what are we talking about here? Oh my God, thank you, Mr. Cacciatore, for having her clarify everything.
Would the presence of objects in that suitcase also affect the length of time a person may have survived in that suitcase?
Yeah, because the suitcase wasn't empty. There was shit in there. There was clothes and just random pieces of papers and stuff in there.
I guess if there were a lot of other objects in there, that maybe could, occlude the mouth or nose, or maybe if that means if there's more stuff in the suitcase, there's less room for the person. So I guess.
I have no further questions.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Jan from the
Are you
office.
for a moment?
Very clear, concise, did a good job at explaining things, wasn't too wordy, didn't use too many big terms. We were getting a little bit into the weeds and a little bit of confusion also when Owens was doing his cross-examination, because new terms were being introduced and I was really confused what the hell we were talking about. But thank God Mr. Cacciatore and Redirect was like, you know what, let's take a step back. Can you please explain to us the metabolic and the elimination phase, please? And then that's where we were able to clear up the blood and the vitreous level. So she said that they took samples from the blood and then the vitreous level in the eyeball, because the blood alcohol trails behind the blood in the eyeball. So when they took both samples, they were able to see kind of like a...
Members of the jury, it's 11:01. We did get a bit of a later start this morning due to those security issues. Do any of y'all need to take a break at this point in time?
No.
Raise your hands if you do.
No.
All right, court seeing no hands. Members of the jury, I have a matter I've got to take up with counsel outside of your presence. I promise it won't take too long.
Judge, James Owens here, and I'm here with Sarah Boone.
Judge James Owens here with Sarah Boone, been on the case for 48 days now, Judge.
First exhibit is...
I'm sorry, I'll never get old.
For identification. It is the title Stipulation Victim Identification, and it is signed by Mr. Cacciatore, Sarah Boone, and myself. October 2nd, 2024.
Okay. And the other stipulation?
The other is a stipulation of FDLE report, again signed by Dave Cacciatore Jr., Sarah Boone, and James Owens.
An integral part of an effective case management is to encourage parties to reach stipulations on facts and issues that are not disputed. Okay, so it's not disputed that George was a victim here. Right, Sarah? Right? That George was a victim here, not you? Second one is the FDLE lab reports. So I guess they agree on those two.
Members of the jury, I'm going to read to you some stipulations along with an instruction.
Oh, okay.
When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are as follows. Stipulation of victim identification. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as her lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is George Torres.
Oh, the identity of the deceased. Sorry, not the identity of the victim. Deceased. Sarah Boone, still the victim, according to them.
Stipulation of FDLE report. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as her lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate to the admissibility into stipulate into evidence at trial of the FDLE lab report authored by Carolina Benito on June 3, 2020. With that, State, you can call your next witness.
That doesn't mean that the defense has to agree with everything in the lab report, right? They're just agreeing to enter it into evidence, I guess. Or maybe they are agreeing with the facts that come out of the FDLE crime lab report. So we're going to hear from the crime lab analyst, and it's kind of straight to the point. I will insert it right here for you guys. Oh, and my thoughts about it. Y'all got to know my thoughts about it. And let me know what your guys' thoughts are too, okay? Let me know what your thoughts are. Let me know in the live chat when we are live tomorrow. She's speaking at normal speed now.
And was there a profile obtained from what was represented as being a DNA sample from Mr. Torres' fingernail clippings?
Yes, there was.
And did it match either of the two known profiles that we've just discussed here this morning?
Yes, it did.
Which one?
Mr. Torres.
Were there any results indicating foreign DNA on this item?
No, there were no DNA results foreign to Mr. Torres obtained from either set of fingernail clippings.
Likewise, was there something examined in this case represented to be swabs or DNA samples from Ms. Boone, the defendant's fingernails?
Yes, those were swabs that were sent represented as being from her fingernails.
Was a profile able to be developed from what was represented as being swabs from Ms. Boone's fingernails?
Yes, there was.
And did that profile match either of the two known profiles that we've been discussing this morning?
Yes, it did.
And whose was that?
Miss Boone's.
Now, in regards to both of these last items that we've talked about, the fingernail swabs from each Mr. Torres and Ms. Boone, is it expected that their profile would be developed from DNA swabs from their fingernails?
Yes, it is.
So we have fingernail clippings from George. It only shows George's DNA, no Sarah's. We have the swab from Sarah Boone's fingernail. It only shows Sarah Boone's is on there. So would that show that there was no altercation between the two of them where they were in contact with each other? It seems like George didn't have a chance. I don't know. I think she just blindsided him and hit him with the bat or pushed him down the stairs.
And hypothetically, if two people are living together and are intimate partners, quite frankly, would you expect the intimate partner's DNA to show up on swabbings from their fingernails?
Yes, it's possible that their DNA would show up if they're in close contact with each other.
But in this particular case, after reviewing all of the instrumentation data, there was no DNA foreign to either of their fingernail clippings or swabs from their fingernails, both Mr. Torres and Ms. Boone.
Oh, but you know what? Close punches. We didn't see any knuckle bruising on like Sarah Boone or anything. Like no knuckle bruising, no scrapes. And then for George, well, we didn't see any bruising or anything on Sarah Boone if there were close punches.
The instrumentation data, there was no DNA foreign to either of their fingernail clippings or swabs from their fingernails, both Mr. Torres and Ms. Boone.
Yes, that's correct.
No other questions?
I wonder if the scratches on his back were resulted from him falling down the staircase then. There's a cross-examination and the baseball bat that was not tested for. This comes up again. I'm sure they're going to tie it all back when Sarah Boone and her side presents their side of the story. Tomorrow. It's happening tomorrow.
Once you develop a profile, are you able to take that profile and compare it to other possible DNA on objects or items?
Well, if it's a DNA profile that is obtained from a questioned item, we can compare that to profiles from known individuals.
And in this case, an example of that, if an object from an unknown source, you could take that and compare it to a known profile. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you get a match with that comparison, what can you take from that?
Just that is the DNA profiles are the same.
So if it's an object, let's say like a bat, and there's a DNA profile that's obtained from the bat, and it matches a known profile, could you make the conclusion that that person touched or handled that bat from the known profile?
No, I can't. There's nothing in the testing that we do at FDLE that will allow me to determine how any DNA ended up on an object or how long it's been on that object.
Now, you said that in this case, what was sent for DNA comparison?
In this case, there was a bloodstain card or a DNA card represented as being from Mr. Torres, buccal swabs represented as being from Ms. Boone, fingernail clippings from both hands represented as being from Mr. Torres, and then fingernail swabs from both hands represented as being from Ms. Boone.
Those are the only items that were sent to your lab for comparison?
Those were the only items sent to the DNA lab, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Our next expert is going to be a digital forensic examiner, Junella Udon, who's going to talk about the text messages that were sent from Sarah Boone. Now, of course, the defense is going to say, like, well, how do you know it was Sarah Boone that sent these text messages? You don't know for sure, do you? Or if she made these phone calls, or if she recorded X, Y, and Z. It's like, who else would it be?
This report was adjusted for our local Eastern Standard Time here in Orlando, Florida, so UTC -5.
And going up to the top line there, 31075, and over to the right of the date and time, which would have been 6:07 p.m. 30 seconds on Christmas 2019, It indicates that it's from a contact named Mo. Is that accurate?
One of the brothers.
Then the contents speak for itself. Going down to 16522, an outgoing instant message at 11:31 p.m. 57 seconds on Christmas 2019. What is the content of that communication?
The content of the message is hide and seek, I shall.
Are we gonna read it? I think we're gonna read it, so I won't pause it.
Turning down to 17167, it's an instant message that indicates it's outgoing from this device on January 13th, 2020, 5:01 p.m. 41 seconds, and it's from what is paren owner. Does that mean it's from the device?
Yes.
What's the content of that text message?
Sorry, what was the line item number?
17167.
And bless you and all of you too, I'll get rid of him.
Yikes.
Then the next three are also outgoing messages. What do they indicate as far as?
This is from January 13, so about like a month and a week after or before the crime.
Content?
Starting with 17168, then I'll be better, followed by 17169, ugh, and 17170, Torres.
Turning now to entry 31103, which is on page 49 of the 59-page PDF. Again, it looks like what we talked about before, the com.camera application gets opened up to be used at 11:12 p.m. 40 seconds.
Ida, thank you so much for the $1.99. Thank you, I appreciate that. So, did she have a group chat with her, Brian Boone, her ex-husband, and Mo, one of George's brother? I don't know if Brian Boone knows George's brother. Did she just have this group chat where she would just like vent and talk about George? I am so confused. Mo is the brother, right? No one else?
Is that what this data reflects?
Yes.
And then at entry 31107, a video that ends up being captured as IMG_1062.m.
You think it's because Brian pays for the line, it shows him as the owner? Oh, is that what it is? Oh, I thought it was like, it looked like there was like 3 people in the group chat.
MOV
That
begins at 11:12 p.m. 45 seconds on February 23rd, 2020. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Maybe you're right. I don't know, there's a comma there.
And then there does not seem to be any intervening closing of the camera application before we get to 31113.
In that portion, I don't see.
Oh, you know what? Maybe she used Brian Boone's Apple account. She didn't have her own. So it shows Brian Boone as the owner, and then there's Mo, and then it shows the phone number as the owner. Okay, good catch, good catch. Thank you. Okay, that was very confusing. I was like, it's kind of weird. Okay, gotcha. Because it was probably also his like Apple account as well, because she probably doesn't have anything of her own. I don't know.
That information.
And then at
Thanks, guys.
11:23 p.m. 03 seconds on February 23rd, 2020, in entry 31113, a second movie is generated by this device labeled IMG_1063.mov.
Yes.
On this exhibit.
Yeah, I was thinking his Apple account. Okay, thanks for the clarification. I was very confused. I think Brian Boone did like everything for her. Wouldn't be surprised if he like helped set up her phone as well.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you. Fuck you. Sarah. Stupid. Sarah. That's my name. Don't wear it out. Sarah. I can't fucking breathe, babe. Seriously. Yeah, that's what you do when you choke me. Sarah. 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 Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. That's on you. Sarah, I can't breathe. It's on you. Sarah. Real or ransom? I want to give it for it extra. Because I got this. Sarah. Real or ransom? Sarah. I can't breathe, babe. Oh. That's what I feel like when you ching on me. Sarah. Fuck you. I can't breathe, Sarah. Yeah. You should probably shut the fuck up.
For the record, that was IMG _
Oh, okay. That right there is the, I don't know if you see my mouse pointer. That right there is the kitchen, and that's where you walk in, I think, right? And then she's sitting in the living room right here. And then George's body was right here when she pulled him out, and his legs were showing out, and that's why Brian Boone didn't want to come in any further. Okay, now I know, because before when I saw pictures of the apartment, I was like, oh, it looks pretty nice. I don't know where the hell we were. Because then, like, when you look closely, you see, like, stains and all the stuff on the floors and stuff. So now we know where we were. Okay.
For the record, that was IMG _ 1062.mov, now publishing 1063, same respective file name.
Sarah.
All right, so here's the cross-examination by Sarah Boone's attorney.
People had access to a phone. You wouldn't, from this information, you wouldn't be able to tell who actually sent the message on any given time. Is that correct?
No, I'm not a fly.
Oh, it could have been Brian Boone who sent these messages, or someone else who had access to Sarah's laptop. Maybe it was George. Oh.
On the wall, and I can't see who's physically typing out messages.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
The court's going to go on a lunch break, and before we have Detective Chelsea Koepsell, who is the last witness for the state, and thank God we don't have to listen to our partner Scott Lowen because it might be redundant, we're just going straight to the point. Thank you so much, State. There is someone in the courtroom that gets kicked out, and before they leave, they do have some last words to the judge, maybe, to the gallery. I'm not too sure who they're talking to, but here's what happened. Getting kicked out of the courtroom. Oh, no.
All right. Thank you all for your patience. Ma'am in the back left, last row.
Me?
Good afternoon. After conversing with the state and the defense, they've agreed and asked me to excuse you from this room. I understand that there may have been an outburst by you with courtroom personnel before the judge arrived on the bench this afternoon. If you would like to watch the trial, it is being streamed live. You can head to the 12th floor, get off the elevator, and head to the south side of the building. See the sign where it says Judge Michael Kranick, and it'll tell you which direction to go. You can pick up the phone, call my judicial assistant, Anita Barrios, and she can give you instructions on how to watch this trial virtually, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Go ahead, everybody doing it anyway. Okay, I bless you guys. I'm still the boss of the city, so we gotta work together and try to figure it out.
Thank you, ma'am.
And y'all heard what I said. Ms. Jones, you're fired. Have a good one.
Thank you.
What did she say? I'm going to boost the audio. Get ready for your ears.
Okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Go ahead, everybody doing it anyway. Okay, I bless you guys.
I didn't want to join anyways. God bless y'all.
I'm still the boss of the city, so we gotta work together
Something about the city. We got to work together.
and try to figure it out.
Try to figure this out.
Thank you, ma'am.
And y'all heard what I said. Ms. Jones, you're fired. Have a good one.
Thank you. To restate the court's prior positions, if there's anyone going to have any outbursts or cannot control themselves, again, I'm going to ask you to remove yourselves at this time. State, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our panel.
The court's going to be running an hour late today. Oh, man, we got lit off an hour late today because the state wants to finish up with Detective Chelsea Koepsell. Now, we're going to have a lot of stuff to be viewing with Detective Koepsell, so you guys can jump around to see what you guys want to watch. There's going to be the interrogation part 1 in the police car, which we listened to. There's going to be a part 2 that I have never listened to, and I don't know if it's been uploaded to the internet. I haven't heard it anywhere. I don't know if you guys have heard it before, but part 2, I will have it labeled as well if you guys want to see that part. We get to finally see surveillance footage from Publix, the grocery store. There's one with Sarah Boone and George, and then one with George Boone. Oh God, one with George by himself. And then we have the interrogation at the police station. And to me, it does seem a tiny bit longer. For the most part, it seems exactly what we've seen before. We already did a reaction to that, but I think there's a little bit more if you guys want to watch that as well. And then we end the day with, and that's it. And then we get to hear more about Sarah Boone testifying tomorrow. But first, just watch all this first.
Good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Yes, it's Chelsea Koepsell.
She's got a good natural makeup face. It's like clean, natural looking. But I know she has like a little bit on, but it looks good.
You work for?
The Orange County Sheriff's Office.
I think Sarah Boone was like, she's got makeup on. You know what? I got to get makeup on too. Give me that eyeliner over there. First up, part 1 interrogation of the police car. Same day where George... Ugh. First up is going to be the interrogation in the police vehicle done by the witness, Chelsea Koepsell, Detective Chelsea Koepsell. Sorry, I'm not on a first name basis with her. Look at me. And Detective Scott Lowen. This occurred after George's body was found and she got into the vehicle to do a police interview with the detectives with no attorney present. Yapping away. Man. Getting all the
video. Is February 24th, 2020. The time now is approximately 16:57 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. I'm currently located in my unmarked vehicle out in front of 4748 France Lane, apartment number 3 in Winter Park, at the Tealwood Park Apartments. And also in the car with me is my partner,
Sergeant Scott Lowen.
And in the front seat is, can you state your name, ma'am?
Sarah Boone.
Okay, and your birthday?
10/10/77.
Okay. So, Sarah, I know you have talked to some deputies. I know we had a very brief conversation, just to reiterate what you told that deputy. But like I was explaining, I would like to get a more further understanding of what happened last night and ask you more detailed questions. I am going to read you your rights, but it's just because that's how we do things, okay? So you do have the right to remain silent, okay? Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
No.
Do you understand what I just read you?
Yes.
Okay. So, last night you said that you and your boyfriend George were here at your residence and didn't really leave that day. You said that he went to the store to buy cigarettes?
Yes.
What time was that around? If you recall. Was it light out still, dark out?
Yes, it was light out still.
It's still light out, okay. But he's the only person that left and he came back?
Yes.
I'm assuming? Okay.
It's right down the street.
It's down the street. Okay. And tell me what you guys were doing next. Like what was happening?
We had a bottle of wine. We painted. We drew. We did puzzles.
Do you remember what wine you guys were drinking?
What Chardonnay.
Okay.
The bottles are in the trash.
Okay. extra everything. Okay. And do you remember around like what time this was that you guys were sharing the bottle of wine, painting, doing puzzles?
I'm gonna say 4-ish.
Okay. And was this before he went to the store or after?
I'm sorry?
Had he already gotten home from the store at this point to buy the cigarettes?
Yes.
Okay. So it was around 4 p.m.-ish that you realized, and you guys were doing
puzzles and art.
Okay.
Listening to music, enjoying each other's company.
And all downstairs, upstairs? Where did you
Downstairs.
guys? Downstairs. Okay.
We usually sit on the back porch because we smoke. You're not allowed to smoke inside, so.
Okay. And who was here last night? Was it just the two of you? Yep. Okay. No one ever came over at any point? No. Okay.
We call his daughters on FaceTime.
Okay.
We're just literally just enjoying one another's company.
Okay. And you guys share the phone that you have, correct? Okay. And the phone's located in there, I think, in the dictionary. Yeah. Okay. So tell me what happens next. You're painting. You guys are doing this puzzle together. You obviously finished the bottle of wine.
Yes.
Did you have 1 or 2 bottles of wine?
Well, we had one previously that was maybe not even half full.
Okay.
But then.
So you finished that one and then you had the full one?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Queen.
And sorry, what was the question?
Just what did you guys do next after the bottle of wine? Like after you finished the wine?
We had the bottle of wine while we were doing our arts and crafts. And from there, just waiting. We were puzzled out. We were painted out.
Puzzled out, painted out.
Being silly, let's play hide and seek, which we had played before. Like, I don't know if you've opened the door on the top of the stairwell, like, he and I have hidden in there before. Like, just having fun and enjoying each other's company.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's literally all it was. And then the suitcase is downstairs because I was telling you we were going to do donations. And because it's not a very good suitcase, what was the question? I'm sorry.
You were just explaining to me the night.
Oh, he decided to hide in there. So, being silly, he and I were sitting there laughing at it, like with him in there. And then, so I didn't zip it up all the way, but I mean enough to where his little fingers were out there and whatever, but still having a good time and whatever. Then I guess I decided to go upstairs, and I don't know, I fell asleep. So I woke up this morning and again thought he was downstairs on the laptop looking for a job, as he usually is. And then thought, where is he? Is he on the back porch? Is he in the bathroom? Like, where is he?
That's so dumb.
And then I came to about the suitcase. So I opened the suitcase. I took him out, stretched him out, started to do CPR. Where air was coming out, and then like whatever gurgle he made. So I'm trying to do CPR on him. I'm shaking him, trying to get him to come to, but I can tell by looking at him, something was wrong. He's been losing his teeth lately and has been complaining about his chest hurts, which is why I keep trying to get him to go to the doctor, but because he nor I
Her trying to introduce that, oh, maybe it was something else that killed him, y'all. You know, the aneurysm, the heart attack. Oh, who knows what it was?
Had a job or insurance, has been putting it off.
On the insurance.
So, again, so I didn't know what to do, so I called Brian, my ex-husband. I called him, he came over, just walked in, and then walked out. I grabbed my phone, and I called you guys. From there, here we are.
Okay. The first time you woke up this morning, did you look at your phone to see what time it was?
No. Okay. Most of the time, like, I'll wake up, But because he nor I have a job, I'll usually just lay in the bed for a little bit longer because the house is clean. There's nothing else that we can do. Me thinking he's on a laptop looking for jobs, I can't use a laptop. So most of the time I'll just stay in the bed and collect my thoughts and get ready for the day.
Thank you, Tiki, with the cutie chihuahua.
So do you have any idea what time you woke up that first time? What time it may have been? I don't know if you guys have that.
I'm going to say 11 something. 11 something.
Okay.
Maybe.
Is that when you finally got up, or is that the first time you woke up?
No, that's the time that I decided to get up because I figured he was downstairs on a laptop. So let him look for jobs on the laptop, and then usually I'll clean, he'll look for jobs, or vice versa, where I'll look for jobs and he'll clean.
Okay. So you think you got out of bed after 11 at some point?
Yes.
Okay. But we can't recall which time. Do you think you were up for like hours before that, or collecting your thoughts?
Brian, because I was supposed to have my son today to get him up from school. Brian usually calls to make sure, hey, are you sure you're getting Lucas today? Because I've had job interviews.
Right.
Are you going to pick up Lucas? So after he called like maybe 3, 4 times, maybe 5, I finally answered, and that's like...
Do you think you were sleeping and missed those calls?
No, I ignored them.
You ignored them?
Because he's notorious for blowing up my phone.
Okay.
But I understand why, because he's making sure that Lucas gets home.
Right, yeah, okay.
And to do whatever he needs to do day-wise so he can schedule around it.
Were you upstairs in your room at that time when you were ignoring those phone calls?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so we're not really sure what time you woke up initially, but you were upstairs collecting your thoughts. You figured he was on the laptop downstairs, so you were just getting ready for your day.
Yes.
You finally got out of bed at sometime after 11 a.m. and had gone downstairs.
Yes.
Okay.
Looking for him. And
couldn't find him. Looked outside, couldn't find him anywhere.
He wasn't in the bathroom. I figured maybe he's in the bathroom. But then I came to.
And then you called Brian.
Yes. He came
over.
Yes, he came over.
It's down the road, right? Not very far. He came over, walked in, basically walked out. You called 911.
Yes, I had my phone in my hand. I just wanted to wait for him to get there because I didn't know what to do.
Right. Okay. And then we arrived.
Like, I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened, but like, my whole thing is the whole, like, teeth losing thing, and I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened.
It's hard to say that when he was beat by a baseball bat and he had those bruises everywhere.
I don't know what happened. He and I were having an amazing time yesterday, like we normally do.
No arguments?
No.
Nothing? Okay.
And the thing with him, though, is, which is why we've been doing puzzles and artwork lately, is that he's been stressing about a job, of course.
Of course.
Which we've talked about. So what I did was start having him do puzzles and artwork to keep his mind off of it.
Okay.
His ex-wife is all over him about sending money, which he can't do because he doesn't have a job.
Right.
So he was stressing about that. He's been stressing about the job. But that's why I started to buy puzzles and paint to get his mind off of them, which is what I don't know if you noticed on the wall in there, it's all of our artwork and stuff.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, music, art, and playing with the dogs, dancing around the room with the dogs. And then decided to play hide and seek. Because we're always trying to outdo each other on where we can hide the best.
How often do you guys play hide and seek?
Gosh, that was maybe, the third time?
Kind of like Stephanie Lazarus when she tells a lie. Oh gosh, gee golly, it must have been, oh gosh, man.
Maybe.
Okay. Is it a more recent game you've gotten into, or 3 times in total in your relationship you're talking about?
Lately. Because again, like, we were puzzled out. We painted already, so Why not?
So you were downstairs hanging out. Do you remember around what time you guys started playing hide and seek?
Honestly, I don't.
Do you remember if it was dark out?
It was dark.
Okay.
It was dark. But my thing is like when I spend time with him and I try to get him to start doing it, I don't look at the clock.
Okay.
I'm here with him and we're having a good time. I don't need to know what time it is.
Right. I didn't know if you were like on your phone, if you got a text message, if you got a phone call last night.
We called his daughters yesterday, FaceTime.
Right. What time was that at?
I don't know without looking at my phone.
Okay.
But
Would that be the only activity that you had yesterday on your phone?
I called Lucas. I talked to Lucas. He's my son.
Okay.
I always call him.
Morning?
No, it was evening.
Evening? Okay.
But
I'm just trying to help you, like, remember, something you did right before hide and seek that would help you remember a time or give us a good time frame. Because that's important for, us to know. We want to be able to tell the doctors that.
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Okay. So when you called Lucas, was it before or after hide and seek?
Before.
Okay. And when you called and FaceTime his daughters, before or after hide and seek?
Before.
Okay. And did you call the daughters first and then Lucas, or Lucas first and then the daughters?
I know I talked to Lucas, but then we talked to the daughters afterwards.
Okay. Okay.
And I don't remember if she called us. No, I know he called Cookie. But yes, we called her.
What are the two daughters' names? Or just one? Did you say one
He
daughter?
has 3 children. It's Anna, Cookie, what her real name is Destiny. And then he has a handicapped son, Georgie.
Okay. Who did you call though yesterday? Who did you call?
Cookie.
And what is Cookie's real name?
Destiny.
Does she have his last name or something else?
It's Torres.
We saw some call logs and
Yes,
text
she
messages.
remarried, but I don't know her last name.
Okay. Okay, so you know it's dark out, but you're not really sure what time it is. You play hide and seek. How long do you guys play hide and seek before he decides to get into the suitcase?
Wasn't really. I hid upstairs in the shower, and then came downstairs because I was tired of hanging out in the shower.
Okay.
So that's when he was playing around in the suitcase. So
I don't know. It sounds stupid because it's just lies. She's like, would she say she was tired of hanging around in the shower? That's a really weird way of phrasing that you're done of taking a shower, I guess. I don't know, man. I was taking a shower and I was tired of hanging around. So, like, I decided to get out of the shower. Hanging out in the shower.
Because we both thought it was funny. That, oh yeah, well, I'm going to zip you up. You didn't come look for me. So, again, it's a broken suitcase, but...
What do you mean by broken?
It's only got one of these. But because I didn't zip it up all the way, he was doing the...
You mean it doesn't have, like, the pull part?
Correct.
Okay, but
No, it's got, I think it's got a, what do you call it? A paper clip.
Okay. So the zipper to it is missing, like the actual zipper that attaches to it to help you open and close is missing, but you think a paper clip was on it instead?
I believe there's a paper clip on it, because I know that the last time.
That's what you used to, like, help assist you?
Well, or you can just stick your fingers in there and...
Right, yeah.
Unzip it yourself, which is why I did not zip it up all the way.
Okay. So how much did you zip it up?
I mean, I don't really know.
You said his fingers were able to stick out?
Yeah, 2 fingers.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm figuring he'll get it. But then I wanted to go upstairs and waited for him, and eventually I guess I fell asleep. I had the dogs in the bed with me, was warm, and then fell asleep.
She's hiding
so
in
you
the
guys are
shower.
joking. He's in there. You said you could see 2 of his fingers?
Yes.
And then Like you just decided, okay, I'm gonna go upstairs now, or?
Because I figured he would get out and then go upstairs and have intimate relations like we normally do. But I fell asleep.
Okay.
And he never came upstairs. So again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on a laptop earlier today. And then remembered.
Okay. So is this something that do you guys play hide and seek before you have sexual intercourse, or do you guys just play hide and seek because you're bored and you're just trying to pass time? It's fun.
We were, again, puzzled out. Can't paint anymore. Even started to purge some of the art that's on the wall now, so.
No matter how many times you listen to it, it's gonna always sound bizarre. It'll never sound normal.
Permission to publish 19?
You may.
Now, do we get the video?
Today's date is
Yes.
February 24th, 2020. The time now is approximately 17:16 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. My first recording on a separate digital recorder, the memory became full and we could no longer record. But I am in my unmarked agency vehicle with, can you state your name, ma'am?
Sarah Boone.
And my partner, Detective Scott Lowen. We are outside in my unmarked agency vehicle outside of 4748 France Lane, number 3 in Winter Park, collecting a statement from Sarah. Okay, Sarah, just for recording purposes, because it did technically stop and I wasn't able to say the time that it stopped prior, we have not talked anything further, not on recording.
Correct.
Okay. And you do understand that you don't have to speak with me if you don't want to, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, but she wants to.
All right. So I think I asked you, my last question was, and I'm not sure if you may have answered or not, but my last question was, you guys were just playing to have fun, and it wasn't like something you do right before like sex thing?
No.
Or it's just because
Just
you were
being silly.
Okay. But you do say that you are intimate. Are you guys intimate every single night?
No, not every single night.
Okay.
But I mean,
did you think it was gonna happen last night?
Yes.
Did you guys talk about it, or you just assumed like, oh, we're probably gonna have sex tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is normally after we do the puzzles and artwork and everything, yes.
Okay.
We were just having a good time.
Okay.
Just enjoying each other's company.
And so,
dancing with the dogs.
At any point, when he was in the suitcase, did you hear him say, please let me out?
No.
Was he?
We were laughing about it.
Yeah.
Blatant lie. Did he say, please let me out? No.
When he was in the suitcase, did you hear him say, please let me out?
No.
Was he?
We were laughing about it.
Yeah, okay. Did you make any jokes about it? Oh, you're in the suitcase, and I know you had said that you were left upstairs and he didn't basically come find you. Did you make any jokes about, oh, okay, well,
No.
now you're in the suitcase?
No.
Okay. But I'm assuming the game was over, like you guys weren't gonna continue to play hide and seek anymore? Like you went upstairs and went into the room?
Right, waiting for him.
Okay. And you said you laid down?
Yes, the dogs got in the bed.
Do you guys sleep together in the room every single night?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Okay. And which side of the bed do you sleep on? Like if
it's okay, here's the bed. I'm on the left side, he's on the right hand side. Because I've got Lucas's pictures over here, he's got his kids' pictures over here.
Okay, so you're
So
closer to
towards the wall.
the door or closer to the other? Are you closer to the door to exit your room, or is he closer?
He is.
Okay. So where the pictures of Lucas are on that side, that's your side?
Correct.
Okay. And is that where you slept last night? Did you sleep in the middle of the bed? Did you sleep on your side of the bed?
I slept on my side.
Your side? Okay. And I noticed there's like one pillow on the bed, and then there were like 3 up against the closet. Are those his pillows, and he brings them into bed, or what's?
No, when I woke up, what I normally do is, I don't know if you noticed the mice that we have in there, Lucas's mice. But I'll make the bed excuse me, clean the mouse cage, and then go downstairs.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that normally I'll fix that upstairs and then I'll head downstairs.
Okay.
So that's why those were over here, was because I was trying to fix up the bed a little bit.
Okay. Okay. Were they in the bed prior? Like, when you went to sleep, how many pillows were in your bed?
We only have the two.
You two.
Okay. Well, it's the two white ones and the king-size ones. When we watch movies, we'll put behind the white one, and then the bird pillow just goes in between everybody else.
Okay. Do you use one pillow to sleep, or do you each have one, right? Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so you just basically didn't finish making the bed, is my understanding. That's why the pillows are up against there's like 3 pillows.
Correct.
Up against the closet.
Yes.
They're like standing.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Because I'll move all the pillows off, and then I'll shake out the bed, and then put everything back together.
Okay. Okay.
So this is part 2 that we never got to listen to. I don't remember any of this. Yeah, I don't think she went upstairs and slept in bed. I think she passed out on the couch while listening to him suffer to death.
And
I don't know.
did he say anything to you while he was in the suitcase? I know you guys were laughing, joking, but was any jokes made? Was anything said?
No, nothing negative or anything like. I'm telling you,
Just anything that he said, like
we were laughing about it. I mean, and I waited for him upstairs.
Okay.
Did you tell him you were going upstairs, or?
No, I did not. I literally went upstairs to wait for him.
Was the line, was it all gone at this point while you guys were playing hide and seek?
I think so.
Okay. Is it, at that point, I mean, I don't know how often you drink, but would you say that you were under the influence and he was under the influence, or?
Well, I mean, we weren't drunk.
Weren't drunk. Okay.
We weren't drunk. I mean, we had a handful of glasses throughout the evening. So, I mean, we weren't like inebriated where you couldn't drive. You could still, I mean, we were coming.
I still don't get it. Why not just admit that they were drunk? I don't know. Is this supposed to sound better?
Mentis. That's what I'll say. Both of us were compass mentis.
Okay.
Perhaps explain that one to me.
Yeah, I don't know what that word means.
I mean, we had our wits about ourselves.
Okay.
That's why he and I were playing.
Here's the thing, though. This isn't a trick question. You're at your home. You're consenting adults. If you're drinking, say you were drunk, there's no law against it.
Right.
Nobody's judging you. You're at home.
Neither one of us were drunk.
Exactly.
We were just
I'm just trying
at the
to
giddy
let you know
stage.
from, okay.
That's what it was. Listening to music again, dancing with the dogs.
Okay. Well, luckily his blood alcohol level will show us at the autopsy as well too. So, you know, we have that as well. Okay, so
there was no ill will between the two of us last night.
Yeah.
None.
When's the last time you guys have gotten into an argument?
Maybe last week.
Okay. Over just normal relationship stuff, or?
It's a little bit of everything because he and I both are stressing about jobs.
Right.
It's been extremely depressing for him where he worked up here at it used to be an Ace Hardware, but Ace dropped them as a franchise because of how bad the store is going down, and he thoroughly enjoyed his job and everybody he worked with. But it's between stuff like that, and then of course we've got the bills that we have to pay, and I've been having to ask Brian, my former husband, for money to pay for electricity and hot water for Lucas.
On top of everything else.
Okay.
So I think that, of course, because he can't support me, has been bothering him, which is why I bought a new puzzle for the two of us to do.
Right.
And that's what we were working on in the painting.
Okay. Do you guys normally argue often, not often, weekly, every other?
It all depends on like if he had a good day or a bad day kind of thing, where he would just be happy to come home and see me because he knows that it's going to get better. And then most of the time he would go for a drink and we would sit on the back porch. He would tell me about his day. And we would have a glass of wine and then kind of start our evening-ish kind of thing and smoke. But then we would go inside because we're tired of being outside. And then that's when we started to do the art and puzzles. And then listening to music and playing with the dogs. And it's a thing, tag, you're it kind of thing.
Gotcha. Is there anything he drinks specifically, like his go-to drink, or?
It's honestly whatever it is we can afford.
Okay.
Which is why we used to drink, like liquor, but like months ago.
Right.
Thanks,
Which is why we have the wine.
Okay.
I removed it.
What did you guys make for dinner last night?
He made a pork sandwich with cheese. And what was it that I ate? I think I made a sandwich. And some chips.
You guys didn't have to go out and get anything? You had everything here?
Yes.
Like a sandwich, like a deli sandwich, like deli meat sandwich, or do you think you had pork ham? Like
I made a pork loin the other day for me, him, and Lucas, and they were leftovers. So he
had that.
He made a pork loin sandwich with cheese, and I had there's ham in the
ham sandwich with chips. Okay.
Does he normally come up to bed, or will he do the typical guy thing where he's downstairs and will fall asleep on the couch?
I mean, he's done that before just because of his crappy day that he had, but yes, we sleep in the same bed.
You normally sleep in the same bed. Do you guys go to bed at the same time?
Most of the time, yes. But because he's been very excited about looking for a job, he might stay downstairs for half an hour, 45 minutes, and then would come upstairs and he and I would watch movies together until it's just, okay, there's no more movies that we want to watch. And then we would just turn the lights off and go to sleep.
Last night when you said you went upstairs, do you have like a ritual that you do prior to going to bed? Like do you brush your teeth, wash your face, put on TV? Is there any like normal things that you do?
Me and myself? No. I mean, I'll go upstairs and maybe like rinse my mouth out with Listerine.
Okay. Do you recall what you did last night?
Wait, she asked her what her night ritual was? What did that include, like brushing your teeth and stuff like that?
Got in the bed with the dogs.
Okay.
Waiting for him.
And how long do you think you were up waiting for him until you passed out?
I wouldn't say I necessarily passed out.
Oh, obviously.
Yes. He knows too that I'll go upstairs sometime because of how tired I am. Which is why he'll just give me my space a little bit. Maybe I'll watch a show and then he'll come upstairs. So, I mean, not out of the ordinary.
No, I know, but last night, how long do you think it was prior to you falling asleep?
Oh.
Like, how long did you wait up for him?
Maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I mean, I literally dozed off. Warm in the bed with the dogs, waiting for him.
Okay.
I didn't even bother turning the TV on. Just got in the bed. He knows too that I would go upstairs because of how tired I am. He knows. Like I'm mentally exhausted. So.
Who usually gets up first? I mean, Are you an early riser, or is he an early riser?
He is.
Or he's usually an early riser?
Yeah, he has to be at work by 8 o'clock, so he'll usually wake up at like 6:30-ish if I don't have Lucas.
How long has he been out of work?
Gosh, maybe, well, he did some odd job stuff up there. But I think his last day was like Friday 2 weeks ago.
So he hasn't worked in about 2 weeks?
Yes.
And during that 2 week period, has he maintained just his body naturally wakes up early, or does he?
Yes, it's his body clock.
Okay. What time is that normally?
Like 6:30, 6:45-ish. But again, if I have Lucas here, I have to take him to school, so we're up at like 6:30. I'm feeling really like weird, guys. Like lightheaded.
Okay.
Like I feel really weird right now.
You don't need to brush
You feel like
teeth?
you're sick?
No, I'm not sick. Just I don't know.
Do you need food?
I haven't even fed my dogs today. The mice need to be taken care of still. I don't think they have any food. But again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop, so he can use the laptop, and then I'll use the laptop afterwards.
So it wasn't, when you woke up this morning, it wasn't out of the ordinary that he wasn't there?
What do
You
you mean?
didn't wake up this morning and go, oh, where's George? You woke up thinking, okay, George got up like he normally does before me.
And it's downstairs on the laptop looking for jobs.
You had made a comment earlier that he's losing his teeth.
Yes.
What is
I think we don't know. I think that's one of the things subconsciously that has been really on his mind also, is that he keeps losing his teeth. Like, pieces would break off. He lost a whole molar or something in the back the other day while we're eating. And then he kept talking about how his chest, and I'm blaming it on the stress.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that is. I don't know what the teeth thing is. I know it can't be a good sign.
You said he got into, you said an argument, but he had a bunch of facial injuries where he had reconstructive surgery.
Yes.
So he and his brother got into
Yes.
this fight?
Oh my gosh, it was horrific, yes.
Was it I mean, usually when you have that much damage, it's more than just a fist fight. His brother did him with something?
No, wait till you guys see Mo. Mo is a gorilla. Like, he's...
It is possibly that's what caused
Oh, it was Mo that did it? I thought it was Pharaoh's.
the teeth to get messed up?
Did they have to do work on his teeth or his jaw? or
Just his
anything?
eyes.
His eyes.
Just the orbital sockets?
Yes. Well, and they fixed his nose, too.
Okay. Now, the damage to his eyes, is that still, I mean, is it noticeable or?
No.
Okay, so when they fixed the sockets, they came back and you couldn't tell that they'd been damaged?
I couldn't tell, but his children recognize it, where they say he doesn't look like the same dad.
Okay.
But to me, I never noticed it.
No other damage to the jaw, the forehead, anything like that?
No. It was just his eyes and his nose.
Bless you.
You said he's been complaining of chest pains?
He had mentioned it a couple times, where I'm just blaming it on stress. But again, I kept trying to encourage him, with or without money, go to a walk-in clinic.
Yeah.
You'll eventually get a bill. But the teeth thing has been worrying me also, and I didn't want to say anything to him about it. But we were in the process of eating dinner, and a tooth comes out. That's scary to me, and a red flag if you ask me.
Well, this is the reason I was asking what you guys had for dinner last night. What is his dietary habits been lately? I mean, he looks super thin to me. Now,
Yes.
I don't know George, but he does not look like he's an average
He
weight.
eats, believe it or not, like a horse. Like he'll eat like 4 or 5 times a day. again, one of the things that has been concerning me, which you all will be the first people that I actually say this to, is his weight. For the amount of food that he eats throughout the day, how he doesn't gain any weight. He and I and Lucas going up to Publix every time we step on the scale, and he continuously loses weight. Well, I don't even want to step on the scale anymore.
How long has this been going on for?
Months.
So way before losing this job?
Yes. It's been ongoing. I mean, I'm not going to even say months. I can say at least a good year.
Okay.
And he eats like a horse.
And you said you don't know of any drug history?
Since I've been with him and known him, he's never done drugs. But I know him growing up in Philadelphia, he had a bad stint with marijuana and alcohol. If and when you talk to his children and or his ex-wife, she will tell you. His family will tell you. But since he's been with me, no, I have not. He's never done drugs, Charlie.
Your phone, is it password protected or touch screen?
It's password protected.
Does George know the password as well?
He doesn't know the code, but he does the face thing.
His face will recognition on it? Okay.
And the only reason why I have that is because I had lost 2 phones previously where I can't, before I had the passcode was somebody else being able to get into my phone because I lost it twice. So that's the only reason why I have it.
Oh, like that's the reason you put a password on it,
Yes.
just in case you lost your phone?
Yes.
Okay, so do you recall what time you went to bed?
I know that it was after midnight.
Okay. How do you know that? Like, what makes you remember that?
Because I walked up the stairwell and we have a clock that's on top.
I don't remember being this long. It's because we've never heard part 2 before. This is part 2. The recorder died. And yeah, I don't think they ever uploaded this on the internet. Or maybe it is somewhere. I just haven't seen it yet.
Like, you see it as you're walking up the stairwell?
Yes. You have to turn the corner and it's right here.
Okay. And you don't remember when you went in the shower around what time it was, looking at that same clock?
I didn't shower. I mean, I showered earlier in the day.
No, when you said you hid in the shower when you were playing hide and seek?
Yes.
Did you happen to look at that clock then and see what time it was?
No, I just happened to look up on my way.
Going to bed? Or going into the room?
Yes.
Okay, so it was after midnight. Do you think it was before 1 a.m. then? Was it between midnight and 1, or?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I mean, if I had to say, it was like 12:30-ish.
Okay. Okay, and when you went upstairs, you and George were no longer having a conversation, laughing about the suitcase. You just decided to go upstairs.
No, we were laughing about it.
Okay, so you continued to joke about it as you were going upstairs, thinking he'll just get himself out, and then...
Yes, that's why I didn't close it all the way. That's why I didn't close it all the way. I'm like, he'll be up here in a minute now. But then, I guess I dozed off. And again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop this morning. Because he gets out of bed before I do, most of the time.
When you put him in the, or when he got into the suitcase,
Yes.
correct? So the suitcase now, if we're looking at it, what side was his head on when he got into the suitcase and you zipped him? Was his head like on the, if we're looking
If
at it
it's
right?
like this,
Uh-huh.
his head was here. The hole was here.
So his head was closer to where,
Yes.
like when you close it, his head was closer to where it's closed.
No, that's where his head's here. This is him doing the finger thing over here.
Right, so his head is closer to where you can close it. So when you close it, his head is on that side. Or his head is on the opposite side of where you close it. Because there's obviously an open, there's when the suitcase is open, and then when it's shut. And it's obviously, the zipper's on opposite sides.
So if you do this, yes, his head was here, where the zip part was.
Okay. Okay.
But again, that's why I didn't zip it up all the way.
Is there anything else that you think is important for us to know that we haven't asked you?
I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I don't know, again, if he had like a heart attack or an aneurysm or what. Like, I don't know what happened.
Do you keep your phone on you? Like, is it always in your possession?
No. Because it's a community phone between me and him, like if he needs it, most of the time it's on the kitchen counter.
Okay.
Where it's like he knows that's where my phone is, or hey, after you're done talking to Lucas, do you mind if I call my daughters? So it's
right.
It's our phone.
No, I get it. I just
But no, I don't walk around with my phone on me all the time.
Okay. Did you bring it upstairs with you when you were going to bed?
No.
No. Okay. So it stays downstairs.
No.
Or is downstairs with him?
Yes, he was downstairs with him. Because that's how I heard my phone ringing, and I knew it was Brian because he called over and over and over and over again, which is what he does.
So you assumed it was him, but you didn't know Brian was calling you, but you assumed it was Brian.
Yes, because he calls back to back to back to back to back to back. Until I finally answer.
Okay. Okay, so your phone was downstairs.
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you promise and swear everything we've talked about has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
But may I ask you though, because I was telling you guys about it earlier, like I don't know if I'm afraid for my life at this point.
I know. But
I'm afraid.
I don't know anything about your guys' history. Like, I don't know, other than the family not liking you, like...
And they get upset because of the drinking. And just the things that we have gone through, and I know that they don't want him to be with me, but he and I...
Are they gonna tell me that he's an alcoholic?
Probably.
Okay. Are they going to tell me that you're an alcoholic?
They'll say that, but they don't know. They assume.
Okay. Why do they say that he's an alcoholic?
Because of his track record in Philadelphia and all of the things that he has done. Cars that he's wrecked, ex-wives' cars. He's been divorced twice. And he has... Yes, they'll say that.
Okay.
They'll say that, but they don't know. They just assume.
Okay. Well, people have their opinions. Okay, you can't not. There's nothing you can do about someone having an opinion and saying something like that. As far as what's going on here, I've told you, prior, we don't know what happened. So I understand you feel like they're gonna not accept, what happened and they're gonna think that it's your fault, but at this time, we cannot conclude and say anything differently. I know you talked about you possibly going somewhere else for tonight. You have to do what you have to do to keep yourself safe, but at this point in time, no one has made a threat to you. No one has done anything.
I haven't said anything to him yet.
Right, but we will obviously talk to them, and of course, we're going to instruct them that this is an ongoing investigation.
I have my son.
Well, your son's with Brian and is going to stay with Brian. So we're going to cross that bridge when we get to it. I know you're fearful of it now.
She's afraid of the family coming after her. You know what she does? She goes and stays where her son is. I'm like, what if you're bringing the danger to your son? If this threat was truly real.
But nothing has happened to where you're in fear based off of past history and what they think of you and how
They threaten me all the time.
Do you have proof, or is it all verbal? Like, would it be in your phone?
No, it's verbal.
Okay.
It's verbal.
So it's he said versus she said, or she said versus she said. So
Yeah, they've been really nasty to me. Really nasty to me.
It's gonna be a shock. It's gonna be, everyone handles things differently. We're not gonna leave there with them hooting and hollering.
She's going to class, and then they're gonna all come over here.
Okay, well, who's gonna collapse? I don't even know
His mom.
His mom? What's his mom's name?
Blanca.
Is that her government name, or is that just what you call her?
No, I think that's her government name.
Jana Molina, thank you.
And you said she lives around here?
They live down the street.
When's the last time you said he doesn't even really talk to his family because he chose you over them, so when's the last time you've seen them or talked to them?
I believe he did something with his brothers a couple of weeks ago, but I don't go over there.
Okay.
Right.
So if he goes over there, you do not go?
No.
But he did something with his brothers?
I'm guessing so. I know that they come up to his job all the time.
When he was working there?
Yes.
Okay. So
they don't come, they have come over here and have just been completely disrespectful.
Okay.
And again, he ended up having to tell them, don't come over here if you're going to act like that and treat Sarah like that.
Do you know their address?
I haven't.
Everyone bad except for Sarah. Jana Molina, thank you so much for the $1.99. Thank you. I appreciate your support. Thanks for being here.
Inside, I know it's Baja Boulevard, but if you go down, what is this out here? Goldenrod? Mm-hmm. There's a Twisty Tree ice cream place on the right-hand side, and you turn down that road, and then you make a left, and then you'll see Baja, and you make a right, and their house is white, and it's fenced in, and it's got a whole bunch of garden flowers.
Okay. I'm going to end my recording. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
One quick question, just out of curiosity. I'm noticing your front door, it has a bunch of dents in it. What is that from?
When we moved in, they were already there.
So I don't see any other doors with dents like that.
Whoever it was that lived here previously, I know it was a girl, but that was here when we moved in.
This ends our recording 17:47.
I'm first going to show you the video taken from Publix on February 23rd, 2020 at approximately 12:15 p.m.
Can you see them?
Ma'am, using the laser pointer, could you please identify the victim and the defendant on this video?
This is the defendant, and this is the victim.
You can advance the video.
There they are. Did you say enhance the video? Or, advance the video. I see Sarah and George. What time is it? Does it show a time? No time, no date. I don't know what the hell. 1387. Sarah and George. Yeah, we've actually never seen them together as a couple. Weird.
Do you see the bottle of wine that was purchased in this video?
Yes, it's right there.
Oh, that big old bottle of wine.
We could move on to the publication of the second surveillance video.
Oh, this is George when he came by himself.
Can you identify Mr. Torres for us in this video?
Yes, he's right here.
Ooh, it's always so creepy to see people before they die.
The second bottle of wine?
Here comes the long interrogation video. Originally 2 hours long, and I think it might be a little bit longer right now. As this is playing, I might be answering some random questions about horror movies in the chat, and it's because we had a 15-minute break prior to this where we're talking about horror movies and all that stuff, so you guys are wondering, like, what the fuck is she talking about? That's the reason why. There's a context right there, but here is the interrogation. I think for the most part, it seems almost identical to what we've already listened to, but I think there's just a little bit more. I think so.
Sure. So obviously, you received his autopsy. So I'm going to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that. And since I'm talking about the incident, we just have to do it, just like we did yesterday. Just like we did yesterday. Remember I read you the rights? Your rights? Yeah. Just the exact same thing, but since I'm asking you follow-up questions, I need to read them to you, okay? All right, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me? No. And do you understand what I just read you? Yes. Perfect. Okay. So this morning we went to his autopsy, and we were informed of some injuries that he has by the doctor. So I want, so he's got scratch marks to his back. I know that's wrong. Okay. And it's called a contusion. Do you know what a contusion is? So like basically you're getting hit and then you get a mark from it. You'll get bruising. Like someone hit you or something like that, it's called a contusion. So he had some injuries to his left shoulder. He had a cut near his like lip. We could see his mouth was a little. I haven't laid hands on him. Okay. Also too, he fell off my son's bike. Okay. So I don't know. And he's notorious for running into the wall or the haltery. So I. Mm-hmm. Okay. What about the scratches? There's also sex. Yes. Okay. Because there's also like a scratch on like the back of his neck, like kind of like going, but it's like going straight across. I have no idea what that's from. And they're all recent. Like they occurred recently. It wasn't something that occurred post or that occurred a week ago, 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They definitely occurred, the night leading up. So when it was, in all honesty, we have not gotten into it. Okay. That's why, the only thing I thought you guys were going to ask me about, which I was going to be honest with you anyway, are the scratch marks on his back. Mm-hmm. Everything else, I have no idea what it is. No idea what it is. Nonetheless, I've had my son over the house too, so. Well, your son was there when? When was he last there? Oh, gosh. My understanding is there last Tuesday? I don't know if it was Tuesday, but yes, he was there last week, so. Well, we're talking about Sunday. We're just talking about what occurred Sunday. Because like I said, the injuries they occurred within that time period. So you're talking about day before yesterday? Sunday leading into Monday. You called us yesterday at 1, but the incident, you guys were painting and stuff the night prior. Correct. So we're talking about Sunday, and then it's Monday.
thoroughly confused because we had a good time sitting on the back porch having wine and smoking a couple of cigarettes, and then decided to go inside and literally paint, do puzzles, and play and listen to music. That's why nobody got out of sorts. This is what's mind-blowing to me. Like, I have no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody.
He also had, like on the left side of his forehead, he had basically bruising, and on like his head and skull, I have no idea, as if something hit him.
I
consider
not touched him. I have not touched him. I have not touched him.
And how would you get those injuries?
Tell me and we'll both know. I have not touched him.
Yesterday, when we took photographs of your overall body, and they did the buccal swabs, did they go under your fingernails?
No.
Okay. Are you willing to let us
Absolutely.
swab underneath your fingernails?
Go for it.
Okay.
I have no idea, and I don't want to seem out of sorts, but I have no idea. We had a good day. It was a good day. We've had good days lately. Even considering everything that's going on with our jobs and life in general and ex-wives and everything. It's been good. Like, I don't even know where this is coming from.
Yeah, I think the last physical was probably, you said, I think, what, a month ago? Where you got the injury, right? You said that was
I'll say a few weeks, give or take, yeah.
a few weeks. That was the last, like, physical altercation between the two of you? You said a month ago you it was a curtain rod.
Yeah, it was a curtain rod. That's why I can't believe you guys didn't take that either. Like, we've been good. I don't know if, like, it's since the last time he got out of jail. Like, we've been good. He's been having his classes and seeing his probation officer, who's amazing. So.
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
The probation officer?
No, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good. I don't think you all understand. He comes at me all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. I don't know if you talked to Brian about any of that, but most of the time when I flee, I go over there. So.
Right, but you're saying that you guys have been good, and when I asked you yesterday, there has the last incident that you could remember was the curtain rod incident, which you said was a month ago. So,
give or take.
Right. So what do you mean by he comes after you? Like,
he gets belligerently drunk. Like, I don't know if you all have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I have taken. And at one point, I started documenting everything.
Okay.
So you all will see in my pictures, bloody fingers, split forehead, he split my nose. I've got this.
Right.
I don't know if Brian told you about it, where I had to have almost I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really, 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 really bad, where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards and then tend to it. And then poking me in the back of the leg.
Right.
So it's.
Then why are you still with him?
Everybody asks me that. When I tell you guys this, I really love him. Like I do. And I feel like I can help him. Like I feel like I could help him, which I did, because he came a really long way from where he was in Philadelphia to moving back to here and to dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with. I've really helped him. I bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything that I did for him. Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state. I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him, because I had hope in him. And he was trying. He was really trying. And then he starts to think about things, and I think he gets overwhelmed, and then it's like, next thing you know, he's drinking. So it's like, oh man, I know where this is going to go, so I'm going to go upstairs and read a book, or I'm going to go for a bike ride, or I'm going to do something else. Or I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend. That's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I have to tend to Lucas. I have to take him to school. I have all this stuff to do. He doesn't know how to, I guess, maintain himself, where I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more prior that I need to get done. He can't process like that. He didn't process like that. So he would literally, not literally, but have smoke coming out of his ears. So the next thing you know, he doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to go get something to drink. So the majority of the time, I would hang out outside or do something else because I don't want to drink. And every time, his job broke his heart. And it made me sad because he had so much pride in his job. And the store that he took care of so much totally went downhill. Mm-hmm. And that broke his heart because he had put so much work and effort into fixing it up. And his manager was awful and basically gave up on all of the employees. So I think that had a huge bearing on why he would drink so much. His ex-wife is bonkers. Mm-hmm. She was all over him all the time. Send me money, send me money, send me money.
Not her looking like Lord Farquaad in the video. I didn't even see that.
How can I send you money when I don't have a job? And he's still trying to take care of me and Lucas by paying a bill here or there, getting some groceries. So he always had something on his mind, which is why, again, I got the puzzles and the bank to try and get him off of it so he don't have a drink, or he doesn't have a drink. So when you all see my phone, you can see all of the damage he has done to me and the videos of him smashing my television because he's belligerently drunk. Where most of the time, I just don't want to be there. And I try to help him. I try to calm him down. Eventually, he just passes out.
Well, yesterday it made it sound like you guys were just drinking like a glass or two. Like, yeah, you obviously had the bottle, but you told me on recording, like, that you were not drunk, he was not drunk, you guys were having a good time.
I can't get drunk. Number one, I do not want to get drunk. Mm-hmm. I don't like being non-complimented, having my wits about myself. I don't like feeling out of control. Mm-hmm. So,
I'm just saying, you're making it sound like he's a raging alcoholic today, and yesterday I was kind of asking you those questions, and you're like a little defensive, like, no, we're not alcoholics. We are not, you know. But you guys were both sober on Sunday, to your knowledge, because when I said you went and passed out, you were like, no, I didn't pass out, I just fell asleep. So now it's kind of like, what is it? Were you guys drinking and it got out of hand and it got physical?
No.
Or is it...
Sunday was one of the better days that we have had in quite some time. He's dancing with my dog. You can see that too on the pictures, him loving the dog. He loves the dog and dancing around, having a good time, and just being happy kind of thing. He doesn't know, I can get like maybe 2-3 glasses of wine and I'll be fine, but I have to have my wits about myself because I don't know what to expect.
Well, let's talk about Sunday. What was Sunday? How were you, like, how many glasses of wine did you have? How many glasses of wine did he have? The bottle was gone. I mean, I don't know if you poured any out. Yes.
No, that was from previous.
You said that there was a half bottle left over.
Mm-hmm.
And then that you had wine. Well, I don't even know how did you guys get the wine for Sunday?
I'm guessing he went to Publix.
Does he like leave the house and you stay home, or do you go to Publix? Like, cause
Sometimes I'll go with him.
Okay. Did you go with him Sunday to Publix?
So most of the time what happens is, because the convenience store where we get cigarettes is here, and then Publix literally is cattywampus to it.
Okay.
So what he'll do is he'll start, go by Publix, and then on the way back, catch the convenience store.
Okay.
So
is that what you did Sunday?
I'm guessing that's what he did, because next thing I know he's walking in with a bottle.
Okay.
So it's him trying to be nice, so I don't have to go out and do it. Plus there's stuff that are around the house that I have to take care of. So that's usually what will happen. Or I'm folding laundry and he'll go run out and do whatever.
So
it's crazy how they're gonna hear these versions of events, and then when she goes up there and testifies, they're gonna hear a completely different version. Oh my goodness, it's gonna be so bad when she testifies.
Where were you guys at on drunkenness, not drunkenness on Sunday? I told us you weren't drunk.
No, I was not drunk. Right. I was not drunk. So with him, I don't know. I know when it's like, oh, okay, man, where I have told him, slow down. It's starting to catch up with you. Slow down. Slow down.
Bless you.
And another thing, too, is I don't like listening to music with him because he gets too involved in the music, and the music that he listens to is a little rough around the edges, and like just, it makes me fractious listening to his music. So I kept asking him, let's just you and me talk. You and me will just be the ones that are talking, which was fine, because I mean, we were playing with a dog, whatever, and then it's like, okay, now let's do the painting. We just did the puzzle, took a break, now let's do this. Sure enough, that dog, we're sitting in there talking, laughing, talking about new movies, we're watching movie trailers while we're doing painting and all that other stuff. So it's still background noise to him, because I think that's what he's used to, is having background noise. Where me, I can sit in here all day with not a peep. But he always has to have some kind of background noise, which I didn't mind because the trailers were cool. And he was interested in showing them to me, getting excited about movies that were out or upcoming.
Okay. So in your laptop you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I mean, and then it was.
You said it was a good day. Like, you guys didn't have any conversations about your relationship. You guys didn't go down like the rabbit hole, like had too many to drink, and you guys started getting.
No, when I tell you this, it made me so happy that he actually listened to what I had to say. With just, we'll get through it. This will be fine. It's a small hurdle that you and I together will get through, because
I'm talking about the money, job, daughter.
Yes.
Nothing relationship-wise though. Like no issues. Like, did you guys have a conversation about your relationship, or was it just about
like what's going on right now?
Got it.
I try to evoke it from him so he gets it off his chest, because I call him the volcano, where eventually he's going to erupt.
Right.
And what he has learned in his classes is to communicate, which is a huge thing in a relationship, where he has been practicing communication. So he actually talks to me about things and unburdens himself. Put it on me. I'll sit there and try and figure it out for you, like I have almost everything. Not a worry, just tell me, get it out of you.
Right.
But it was, when I tell you, I was so happy. Like, it was such a good day. I kid you not. The weather was beautiful outside. I'm the one that had him go inside so we can do puzzles and painting and listen to music or whatever else he wants to do. So then he starts doing whatever it is we're doing together in the living room. And then starts talking, because I think he gets comfortable with, okay, you know what, we're here, it is a good day. Let me go ahead and explain myself. So I know. Nobody else knows, but I know. Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself. And I tried in every way, shape, and form. Ask everyone. I helped him. I took care of him. I missed him a lot, and I didn't even sleep last night. I miss him a lot.
I mean, is there any chance it got to be too much for you and you couldn't handle taking care of him? And
I never stopped. I never stopped. That's what I'm here for. I never stopped. I'm here now, and I'm still trying to help him.
Yeah, we just don't, I mean, it's unexplainable how he got these injuries, and
I have no idea.
You were the only one with him.
100% right hand to God. I have no idea how he got them. Nobody touched anybody. Nobody touched anybody.
Okay. You had mentioned that you would take photos, videos, kind of like a proof and just in general.
Yeah, I started documenting at one point, but that was way before, I think, the last time that he got arrested, where he was flying off the deep end. But then I had him bailed out. I got him out of jail.
Right.
But because he had violated the pretrial diversion, this time it's probation, so you don't have a choice in it. You have to go see your probation officer. You have to go to these classes. It's court ordered. Where it took him a while to get used to it and understand, They're not messing around. I even went down and met his probation officer, which I say she's wonderful. That's one of my questions too I need to talk to you about. Hugged me and said how much she knows that I take care of her. She called me personally one time when George was at work, when he was working. 42-minute phone call. She and I just saying how grateful she is that George has me. And she knows how hard I'm working to help him, just as she is and just as the classes will. So once he started actually going on a regular basis to the probation officer, and then to his substance abuse class and his, I don't know what BIP stands for, Battery Intervention Program, and actually listening to what it is everyone had to say, he changed. Like I could see a change in him, where before lashing out, he would think about it. And would always come home and show me his papers, and we would look over his papers together. Where it's like, wow, you actually are learning this in class? And some of the stuff that they would show them, like videos, he would come home and be like, Sarah, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you. Because for a video that he watches, to make him feel that way, where it's like, oh man, I have done her wrong. But he's changed. He changed.
And that's why you're still with him, even though he's done all these things to you. And
when I tell you I love him, I love him.
And when you love somebody, you have limits.
Everybody tells me that. All my neighbors tell me that. The office, property manager.
And then when we hear from everyone else, they're like, oh, we try to avoid the two of them. Like, oh, like, I don't know. I didn't hear anyone say any nice words about Sarah Boone so far. Did you guys? I haven't heard anyone. Not even Brian Boone. Not even Brian Boone said anything nice about her.
At some point,
They even say like, oh, she's just a great ex-wife. She takes care of our children, or she takes care of our child. I haven't heard anyone say nice things about Sarah Boone at all.
when somebody gets enough, then they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just flee. And I don't know if you would like to see it on my phone, or I think it's actually on a laptop. I actually, because, and you have to understand too, I have, like, prior to classes in PO, take him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
But it also went down and bailed
I know.
the next day.
I know. Was that your laptop? What did I going to tell you? Oh, previously, I actually looked up how to file a restraining order.
okay.
Because I would take him out, his parents, because of them constantly having to take him back in, his bags of clothes, all his stuff. The last time, the father came out and irate and just not even, I don't even know if he knew Lucas was in the car. Just opened the back of my car and just started throwing all his crap and just throwing it, like the car would jostle, just throwing all his stuff. At that point, because I continually did it, not continually, I think I maybe did it 3 times, and he has nowhere else to go, they got fed up and said, nope, either you're staying there or you're staying here. But if you're staying here at their place, it's permanent. You're not going back over there anymore. So what happens is, he pursues me. So, I don't know if y'all know where Katie Lake Trail is. Okay, so it's literally right there from our apartment. Would ride his bike to work, but before he would leave extra early and come up to the wall, stand on top of his bike and poke his head over because he would know that I would be outside having my morning cigarette and cup of coffee. And I would also know too what time he would get off of work, where I would know, come getting off of work, he can do the same thing. So it's not like I ever got like a break from him, where I told you all yesterday, or whatever it was. I started to feel that it was too much togetherness. And when you have too much togetherness, friction happens. So I'm going to go ride my bike. I'm going to go upstairs and read a book. But every waking moment, he wants to be with me. So, and mind you, our townhome is either upstairs or downstairs. So it's like, if you would like to sit downstairs and watch a movie or play on the laptop, look at some jobs, you're more than welcome to. I'm just going to be upstairs and be watching one of my shows or maybe reading a book. So, and then when that would happen, we really needed that. So what's for dinner? And then we would cook together. and eat dinner, and then crawl in the bed and watch a movie.
You're talking about this is like recent, or you kind of like blossoming, like when, what are you?
It was a little while ago.
Now you're talking about tension building up and that you need space, so have you been feeling that way lately, or?
No.
Okay.
No. Okay, my thing is too, so you all know, I hate that you can't talk to her, but, Dee, his ex-wife, when I say a monster, she's a monster. Like, she withholds her.
Sarah calling someone else a monster, and this is after what she did to George? Okay, keep going on.
Their children from speaking to him. So he gets upset about that, and then she's like completely berates him about money, about father that he is, what he did to her, all this other stuff. It doesn't matter. I mean, mind you, this is not like a recent, but which is why he doesn't even bother calling anymore, because he knows that she's going to answer and he's going to have to talk to her, so therefore he can't talk to his daughter. The other time he talked to her, made her talk to Cookie. That's on my cell phone too, so you can see it.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter.
What does she have to do though with anything about what happened Sunday into Monday? Like,
no, I'm just saying, like, previously, why the incidents would happen is she plays a big part in it.
Okay.
On top of job, and money, and groceries and all that.
Okay.
Sunday, when I tell you this, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Is there anybody else at the house?
Nope, it's just me and him.
Since talking yesterday, do you remember any like timelines better? Like what time you guys were playing? What time he was zipped up in the luggage? What time you went upstairs?
We started because we cleaned the house a little bit, did some laundry.
You started the activities around 4, you said?
Yes, around 4:30ish, and then
you just said that it was dark when you were playing hide and seek, and I'm just curious if you remember.
But when we were outside, that's where we would start and talk about things, and then eventually I was the one that had to come inside. So we.
About what time do you remember what time that was? Is what she's asking.
And you said you went up to bed around midnight, fell asleep around 12:30ish. But those are the only times I have. So I have 4 and I have midnight. So there's a big gap. So I'm just curious, like, if you recall when you went upstairs to hide in the shower, or
like when we started to play hide and seek.
Yeah.
Well, we went inside probably about half a day. We weren't out there too long. Maybe about 6-ish. Then
you're talking about from hanging out outside and like.
Okay. Well, we have 2 beach chairs that are out there.
Right.
Just enjoy the weather.
Gotcha.
Plus it's starting to get dark and gnats and mosquitoes.
Yeah.
So let's go inside. I don't want to be out here anymore.
Okay.
All right, let's go. So we're doing whatever. We did it for a while because that puzzle, I don't know if they took it or they saw it. Worked on the puzzle again, finished it. Started to paint. Well, started to listen to music for a little bit. Started to paint. Can we turn the music off? No problem. Started to talk, paint, whatever. Maybe, gosh, that puzzle, we worked on that for probably a good hour and a half. So 8 o'clock-ish
is when you went to hide upstairs originally?
No, that's when we were like painting. So then it's like, okay, well, I don't want to paint anymore. Let's just, come on. Okay, you want to play hide and seek? What he does is, okay, tag, you're it. We're so like, okay, we know. Okay, take off. That's what we did.
And then you went upstairs, and then he didn't come up, and you came down, and the suitcase was there originally because you guys were planning to do donations, so it was already there. Have you guys ever played you said you played hide and seek like probably 3 times in your relationship? When you have played, have you ever zipped him up in a suitcase prior?
No.
Okay. So it was just kind of like that prop was there, and it was there, and it was in play because...
Why do you say it like that, though?
I would never do that.
You would never zip them up in a suitcase?
Well,
I mean, we were playing.
No, I know.
But
I'm saying, I'm talking about hide and seek, which is a game, so...
The suitcase originally is in our closet, buried all the way to the back. If you, I know the CSI people saw our closet. Our closet needs to be cleaned out. really bad. My son's clothes need to be cleaned out really bad because they don't fit him anymore, and I'm tired of looking at them. So he took it upon himself, including that suitcase, to take it downstairs so we can get all of our clothes, our donations and everything, and just leave the whole thing by the clothing and shoe thing at my son's school.
No, I'm just asking, in the past, like, have you ever zipped him up in anything, jokingly or not? But obviously I understand, you know, you're claiming that Sunday it was a joking matter. You were laughing, he was laughing. But what I'm just asking is in the past, like, is it something that you guys normally do?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
We were actually this last thing running out of places to hide because we have a townhome where it's upstairs or downstairs. So.
Okay, so do you remember making any videos or maybe having any any photos, videos that you remember doing on your phone on Sunday? No?
I think I took a picture of a dog.
Okay. But your phone is password protected, you have the password, he has the facial recognition, so it's not like someone else could be on your phone.
No, I have both.
But you have the face and the password?
Yes.
Yeah, but he only has the face, correct?
No.
To be able to get onto your phone, you told me that he looks at the phone.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking if I did. Yes, it's me.
Okay. Does he have access to your phone? Because you said it's your phone. Okay, how does he have access?
Sure, can I borrow your phone? Yeah, it's right there on the kitchen counter.
Okay, but how did he get into it? Because it's password protected.
He'll come and give it to me. I'll just do the face thing. Where sometimes too, like, but he'll joke with me and say, okay, I need to borrow your phone. And he'll hold it while I'm cooking or just something, do the facial recognition.
Okay, so he doesn't know the password and he doesn't have the facial recognition. No, he is the only other person that would use your phone, I'm assuming other
Well, Lucas.
Right. But Lucas wasn't there Sunday. Great. So, to your recollection, no videos on Sunday?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I mean, I guess maybe take a picture of them, the two of Tess and
the dogs.
And George and them dancing, but I mean, or it's just Tess.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I have something that I want to show you that we found, and it was from your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it?
If you need to move it around, go ahead.
She does get the little forward hair.
Go ahead.
No, I don't remember that.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me.
Your battery's about flash.
So there you go.
Oh, okay.
I don't think we've seen this angle before. Usually it's the other angle that we've seen in the edited one. Imagine being confronted with this and all you had to say, your battery's about to die. Mm-hmm.
Your battery's about flash.
So there you go.
Oh, okay.
Where's the emotion? Where's the sadness, Sarah? What happened? Where's the sadness?
Last very long.
It used to last a lot longer than that. I don't know what happened.
Okay. Let me just grab something.
No, I was just simply asking because you had a look on your face when she asked you if you've ever done that before. You looked kind of shocked. And,
No.
okay, but why did you say it like that? Like,
I don't think you all understand who I am.
well, tell me.
I mean, I've always been a straight A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son. I excel at everything.
Greatest line ever. I'm a straight A student. I excel at everything. I'm an outstanding mother.
I would not do that.
You would not zip somebody in a suitcase?
Well, I didn't completely lock it. I mean, I opened it with one finger. I left enough in there for us to get out.
Okay.
And I wasn't planning on going upstairs and going to sleep.
No, it was just the way you said it.
You guys are scaring me.
Sorry.
We're just trying to watch
watch this. This came from your phone. Don't you want to know what's on it? Yes, please.
Don't you know what's on it?
Is it long? Because I don't know how much I can take. I don't know how much I can take.
Oh, just wait to the part where she gets to, you guys are killing me. You guys are literally killing me. Oh, shit.
Do I have to watch this? I continuously throw up. I don't sleep. I don't want to see it. That's okay. Well, it's on your phone, and you can either explain it or we take it for what it is.
Yeah. We're just trying to give you the opportunity to tell us what's going on. That's it.
It's that long? 2 minutes.
No,
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you. Fuck you.
That's you.
Stupid. That's my name. Don't wear it up. Yeah, that's when you do me, show me.
I don't want to watch it, please.
Last time we talked to you, you had said that you put him in the suitcase, you had 2 fingers hanging out.
I flipped him over. I flipped him over, and that's where it was.
There's 2 different videos and a still picture where, yeah, it shows you flipping in the different positions and him saying that he can't breathe and you saying fuck
So
you.
this is upside down. So in order for him to have gotten into it,
It was flipped up.
right, it was flipped up normal.
Yeah.
Like as if you're packing something. So this is upside down.
Guys, this is killing me right now.
So this image is upside down, and then this small video that occurred 11 minutes later, it's flipped over the other way, closer to your dining room table.
Okay.
Now he's obviously still in there. So he didn't, how did it go from the back to the front?
I flipped it.
Okay.
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep.
Well,
It's because you probably didn't go upstairs and go to sleep. You stayed down there, and at some point, yeah, you probably drunkenly fell asleep.
that's what you did.
Yeah.
But not intentional.
No, you told me you went upstairs because you were
Stop
getting ready
here.
for bed.
Stop here.
Okay, but
Where's your-
show me where you can see any fingers coming out, because they're at the end.
And his head's right here.
Mm-hmm.
So going like this, rather than going all the way up, it's like this.
But why is he saying I can't breathe, and why is he pushing on it as if he can't get out?
And it doesn't show a hole.
There's no hole. There's no fingers. I don't see his fingers. There's no hole.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't
I also wouldn't be surprised if she fucking sat on the suitcase.
know, like, what you want me to tell you.
I'm just telling you what we see and what we've heard from the
I
other video.
understand. I understand.
He's begging for you to let him out. You're laughing in the beginning, and then in the end it sounds kind of like a...
No, it's not malicious.
Well, saying fuck you,
It's not malicious.
then what is that?
What does fuck you mean to you?
Well,
Like if I were to tell my
like
partner-
this. Like, I get told everything by a white woman, so
Okay.
my intention was not to leave him in there. Please understand that. My intention was not to leave him in there.
But you went upstairs thinking that he could get himself
Yes.
out, but the video shows
That's what I
at no
told
point
you.
can I see his fingers.
He'll be out there any minute.
And then 30 minutes later, he didn't show.
And he's telling you.
And I
he
didn't
can't
wake
breathe.
up.
Do you think
Not able
he's
to
joking? You told me he was laughing, and
We were,
but
we
the
were.
video, there's no
When we first
laughing.
got in there, both of us
So
were.
how long was he in there for? Like, this video is at 11:12 when it starts, so was he in there for like a long time prior to recording this?
No. No.
So it goes from funny to no longer funny,
But I
you're
didn't,
the only one laughing.
but I didn't think that he was, like, panicky. Like,
So pushing up on a suitcase saying, Sarah, 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 I can't breathe.
George has done that in the past before, too, where it's just like, he thinks that he's woe is me kind of thing, where it's like,
He's never been locked in the suitcase, but now he's gonna get up, so.
It's kind of, I thought it was
And
the
you
voice
know the oxygen.
calling wolf, crying wolf kind of thing.
Okay.
And again, my plan.
But nowhere in there is he laughing, is he joking, he is begging. And you're the only one laughing.
Okay.
And you're the only one saying derogatory comments, like you're mad.
No. Please don't, I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but like, it's like you guys are kind of trying to like feed me. Like,
No, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't want to know the outcome of how and what you said.
well, I know what,
You know what's on that video now?
No.
You remember making that video?
oh,
Why don't you remember making the video?
probably because we had been drinking.
But you weren't drunk.
Just because
Won't even admit to being drunk. Won't even admit to being drunk.
I went upstairs and, just because you're drunk doesn't mean that you,
times that you were not drunk. You said that you had your wits about you. You said he had his wits about you. You said that you don't like not having your wits. In my experience, if somebody cannot remember doing something to the extent of making 2 videos and a video and taking a photo, they are intoxicated.
okay, I understand where you all are coming from.
Well,
I
we're
get
just trying to
it.
make sense of it. We're trying to
I get it.
figure out
We're
what
trying to
you're
figure
saying.
out this
You
video.
explain it to us. We're listening.
I just did, like, we were playing, and then, like, I thought it was, my plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep. My plan was not to, he'll be up here any minute.
But you willingly went upstairs and went to sleep. No one forced you to go upstairs and.
My plan was also to leave him in the suitcase,
So why didn't you take him out?
because I went upstairs, and then I fell asleep.
But why didn't you consciously think he's asking to come out?
I didn't do it intentionally.
What do you think is going to happen if you leave somebody in a confined space like that?
Well, I thought by not giving it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him in the
And what was
suitcase,
your plan?
waiting for him to come upstairs.
And then when he did it?
I fell asleep.
You said you were up there 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, somebody not coming up.
Knowing that the last time you saw him was in the suitcase, 30 minutes later, you're like, maybe I should go check on him? Maybe I shouldn't?
No.
But maybe that didn't cross your mind. because
That's
it
like,
didn't happen.
that's like an assumption. Like, that's what you all are thinking, just,
We're asking.
it's the
You
whole,
tell us.
it's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought it was like, I thought he was okay. Like, I didn't, that, you
He's
all.
telling you he's not. He's telling you, Sarah, I can't breathe. He's saying your name, and you're like, that's my name, don't wear it out.
Guys, that's how we are with each other. Like, he is, nobody understands our relationship. This whole suitcase thing never happened before.
Would you leave someone else in the suitcase? Would you leave Lucas in the suitcase jokingly? Because it was a joking matter. You put him in there jokingly. Would you leave Lucas jokingly in there? And you love Lucas, right? And you
I
love
wouldn't do
George.
that to him either. I wouldn't do that to him.
So I just.
Well, it's not like, again, I don't think you all understand. Like, it's,
I mean,
it's not my, that was not my intention.
Well,
I don't have any idea what I said from that.
but by your acts, and that's exactly right. You get to the point where you've done so much for somebody and they don't show you any appreciation.
He did.
Not by your words in the video. I don't get that.
He did.
Because you're bringing up the fact that when he's choking you, you can't breathe. That's how you felt when he cheated on you. You couldn't breathe. And you verbally, several times, told him, just fuck you.
When you said it in the video, you won't let us play the rest of it. You don't
And
want
you-
to.
When I say cheating, it's
On his phone.
Okay. Cheating is cheating.
I think so too.
Exactly.
It's your definition of cheating though, so I mean, that's what the word cheat means.
And that's what you told him in the video. That I couldn't breathe when you cheated on me.
No.
That's how I felt when he said, Sarah, I can't breathe. And you told me.
I don't know too.
Yeah, it's crazy. The jury's going to have a hard time finding her credible because she accepts no responsibility whatsoever. There's a lack of sympathy, empathy, whatever it is. She blames everything. She talks shit about everyone. Everyone is bad except for her. Exactly. It's not my fault. It's the wine's fault. But she doesn't even own up to even being drunk, even though you can clearly hear her being drunk in the video. She's like, oh, we were drinking. So you weren't drunk. We were drinking. We were drinking. You were saying, fuck you. Yeah, but it wasn't intentional. You were saying, fuck you. It wasn't angry. Things were good. Okay, then why are you saying, fuck you? Or why did you leave in the suitcase? Because I went upstairs and fell asleep. Why did you leave in the suitcase? Because I went upstairs and fell asleep. It's like, she won't own up to anything at all. And then when she goes and testifies in the stand, the jury, they're going to have already a pretty bad impression of her. So it's like, okay, we'll give you a chance, Sarah Boone, but it already looks really bad for you. Looks really bad.
This is.
What would you say if somebody told you that they had done this?
Done what?
You said somebody in a suitcase and went up and went to bed.
Do you all not think? So you all think that it's like, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm gonna go to sleep? Is that what you guys are?
I mean, Sarah. Yeah. Probably.
Trying to assume? Or trying to
or just the video is very portraying of the opposite of what you told us.
No.
It is not leading up, it is not matching what statement you gave us in the car.
So,
and that's why we want to know.
And I don't remember doing
The injuries are not consistent with what you told us. So we have a lot of inconsistencies, and this video explains itself. It really, truly does.
You don't think that I have thought about that?
Thought about the video, or thought about...
But no, again, if you don't mind, please. So you all are assuming that it's like, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm going to go to sleep? Is that what you all are assuming?
Well, it's not an assumption when that's what you told us that happened.
That's what happened.
And the video... Yeah, I mean...
But I'm not going to say...
You thought he could get it out on his own. But the video shows that he can knock it out on his own.
But when I unzipped it with one finger.
From the outside.
But it had the hole in it.
And you're claiming that it had a paper clip, so that's what assisted you in doing it.
No.
What you told us.
When I had my split shirt, I said I thought it had a paper clip on it. It's got...
But the zipper part is broken.
Yes, which is why we were going to zip it.
Yeah.
I just...
You were able to zip it from the outside very easily, because that's the way they're designed.
But you could on the inside too. I don't know how...
Well, why wouldn't he have gotten choked out if he could?
I don't know. I don't know if you saw, where the hole went. I don't know.
No,
I didn't see no fingers
you're the
sticking
only
out.
one that... That's what I'm saying. He's in one position, and where his head would be, we should be able to see fingers. And then when it flips over onto this right side, again, his head is closer to us facing the video, so we should be able to see fingers, and we don't see anything. We see no movement of him trying to unzip it or physically unzipping it. All we see is pushing up, trying to push out of it.
Please do not assume.
I'm not assuming.
That's not assuming. She's literally saying what she saw in the video.
Anything. I follow evidence.
But my intention was not, again, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm just going to go to sleep.
What do you think someone that knows nothing about this, or hears just a little bit, oh, they were playing around in a suitcase, and then watched the video?
Sleep. That's what happened.
But you let him out before. I mean, you put him in, so why didn't you take him out?
Because I was upstairs and I fell asleep.
No, before you went upstairs. You consciously had to walk upstairs. You obviously remember going to bed because you were giving me a time frame on that. And you specifically told me that you went upstairs.
My intention is not for this to happen. I am sick about it. I've never done anything like this before in the past. I'm sick. especially with that. I thought I couldn't sleep last night. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. You tell us the last night, you vividly remember this when you told us last night, that he was laughing, you were laughing, you put him in the suitcase, he has 2 fingers sticking out, and you go to bed. Now we see...
Someone in chat seems like they're already ready for the verdict. When does the verdict come? Right now the state is presenting their case, and then the defense will go, and then closing arguments, and then the jury deliberate, however that long that will be, which I don't think will be very long, and then we'll get verdict. We're not there yet.
Something totally different, and it actually shows you upset, and again, using derogatory terms to him when he's begging for his life to get out of that suitcase.
So but my thing is,
we're assuming, we're not assuming.
But the thing is, so it just happened to be that whenever I was videotaping or doing whatever else it was, just happened to not have that in it.
Okay. And you also in the video, you can't see any holes. There's nowhere in that where the zipper separates and you can see a hole. If there's a hole, he's pushing on it, begging you to get out. We should probably see that hole.
He eventually would have been able to get out.
Huh.
Alcohol, based on what you're telling us, he should have been able to get out. But the video shows him attempting to get out, begging to get out, and he can't. So that's just what we're trying to figure out. I don't know if maybe you had too much to drink, you dipped it up all the way, and then, I did not dip it up all the way. Okay. I did not dip it up all the way. This is horrific, okay? Horrific. This is terrible. Horrific. I don't think I'll ever be right because of this.
Do you think there's any small chance that the jury could be buying any of this bullshit that she's saying? Jana Molina, thank you so much for the $9.99. We got a little Mr. Hippo there, flipping his cap backwards. Do you think there's anyone in the jury that might be sympathetic to her? We need to hear from someone that's in the courtroom taking notes. Who's in the courtroom right now taking notes? I need to know what the jury's reaction is to these interrogation, the body cam. We gotta know what the jury's reaction is. Who's in there? I know lawyer said he wanted to go in there. I wonder if he's gonna go when she testifies. I want to know what the jury's thinking, or at least her facial expression. Okay.
Ever be right. Dealing with everything else that I have in my life, personally. And then this, whom I love.
Jesus.
It was not intentional. I will put my hand on the Bible. It was. What's your reasoning for not calling 911 sooner? Because I didn't know what to do and how horrific it was. I called Ryan, and 5 minutes later I called you guys? Not even 5 minutes. Nonetheless, that I had to I was trying to do CPR. I had to get him out and try to do CPR. And then call you guys. And it was continually doing CPR with the dispatch on the phone, where he had me count out loud to help me focus on what I was doing. It just, I don't know how, you can sit here all day long and say, I thought he was going to get himself out, but that he didn't, and you went upstairs, and you stayed there for 30 minutes before you fell asleep. But can I say too, I chose not to ever at any point during that 30 minutes walk back down and check on him. No, wait 1 second, because I know, with you all, and then, because you continually ask me, time frames, where I told you, I don't bother even looking at the clock most of the time. So it's a guesstimate. So for all I know, maybe it was 10 minutes.
Okay. But the point is, you left the living room where he was begging for help and went upstairs. Regardless of how long you were there, you left. You say,
I thought he was the boy calling wolf. Again.
Okay.
So when he asked to be let out, what's your reasoning for not letting him out? When I was upstairs? No, when he's asking on the video.
Oh my god, she's playing so dumb. Oh god.
Multiple times. Yeah, to be let out. I can't breathe. Why didn't you let him out? Well, number one, I had no idea it was going to end like that.
Okay.
Number one. Okay. Number two, just, you know what? I'll give you 5 minutes to show in there. They'll give you 5 minutes, so.
5 minutes for what?
Well, based off the video, one video is at 11:12 and the next one's at 11:23, so you actually gave him at least 11 minutes per video recording. So my thing is, when it stopped, he asked multiple times, I mean, why? Why did you not let him out? It's just a simple question.
To be honest with you, I mean,
Don't
Were you punishing him?
no. Just,
Well, that's what you're saying in the video.
This is what you got, this is what you make me feel like.
see, and then it's all backfired on me. Like, it's all backfired on me. And I understand the severity of it. I just...
You said it.
It's awful, I know.
Okay.
It's awful. And I will tell you both this right now, too. I will never drink alcohol again.
Okay.
Like, I will never drink alcohol again. I don't care what it is in any way, shape, or form.
Let's get back to this. What was
They're like, don't worry, we know you'll never drink alcohol ever again. We're about to arrest you after this.
the reason for leaving him when he's begging to be let out? I don't understand that.
What I have a feeling was, and again, it's the whole time frame thing. You go.
I'm not asking a time frame. I don't care about a time frame. He's in the bag saying,
My God.
and you say, fuck you.
For the whole few minutes that he was in there,
Minimum 11, but yes, go ahead. To feel. 11.
For one video.
Well, in between those two videos, which were 11 minutes. Yeah.
So what's the question again?
When he's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe, let me out, and you say, fuck you, why don't you just let him out? What are you trying to prove to him?
Got him.
There's obviously something in your head that you were thinking of when he was asking to be let out. You're like,
Again, it's the boy calling wolf.
okay, but where does this game end? You say this is a game, you got...
Obviously, the wrong way.
So what was your intention for leaving him in there?
And it's not fair. It is not fair. You guys are trying to, again, he's in there. Night.
That's what happened.
No.
That's absolutely what happened. How's it not? You got up off the couch, walked up a flight of stairs, and got in your bed.
Thinking he was going to get out.
And he didn't, and you still didn't go down and
And it's the whole 30-minute thing that you guys are trying to do, whatever. For all I know, 10 minutes.
He's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. I don't. I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen.
But you didn't tell us why you left him in there and went upstairs. That's my only issue. What am I supposed to write? What do I write?
So my thing is, what I have a feeling is I went upstairs and just hit the bed, kind of thing. But, again, I'm thinking, he'll be up here in a minute. But then I go out.
But my question is, why didn't you just let him out prior to going out?
I don't know why.
He's begging to be let out. He's not laughing. He's not having fun. You said this was supposed to be fun. You were laughing before. Before you said he was laughing, you were laughing, you went upstairs, he had his fingers out of the bag and he was playing. But obviously that's not the case.
So are you guys, so what is it you're trying to,
We're just trying to figure out why.
Why? What?
Why?
What was the motivation for leaving him in the bag?
Why he was left in the bag? Why did
I didn't have any motivation. It was he and I having a great day, fooling around and being stupid, and apparently me going upstairs and going...
She should have stopped talking a long time ago. And at this point, it's usually when people realize the cops are onto you and you're like the suspect, the motherfucking suspect, they stop talking. But for her, she's so egotistical that she wants to clear her name so badly to say that George is the bad one, I'm the good one, how dare you, how the fuck, why are you looking at me, why am I the suspect, I'm the good one here, what do you mean? Oh, I love that she just keeps talking.
Hitting the bed, not going to sleep, where it's I'm tired now and I'm going to sleep.
That's excluding, it's a good analogy for the day, excluding the fact that he's got a bump on the back of his head, a bump on the front of his head, and his lip is busted. And he has a
oh my gosh. I don't know what you all want me to tell you. Like, this is not fair at all,
Yes.
that you all are assuming that that's from me.
Where else did it come?
But you're the only one there. You didn't say there was other people there when you guys were drinking at the apartment. You said you guys haven't been fighting lately. There weren't any bruises or scratches or scrapes on him before. Who else would it be? Oh my God, I'm surprised she hasn't been on that route where it's like, how do you guys know George didn't do it to himself? I mean, I told you that he walks into walls all the time, that he follows my son's bike. How do you know he just beat himself up? How do you know that? I fell asleep. Maybe he beat himself up for no reason.
If you were, say it's opposite, you were in the suitcase and you're asking to be let out, would you hope that that person would let you out? Like, you're asking to be let out of the suitcase, should they not let you out?
Eventually, I'm guessing. I mean, I'm blaming it on the wine.
Blaming it on the wine?
So you guys are like assuming that,
You keep saying we're assuming, or we haven't assumed anything.
but you guys are assuming that that's what I did.
No, by what,
Like, this is-
the facts of what happened. We got there, you said you pulled him out of the suitcase, you said you went up, you went to bed. We're not assuming that. These are the facts that you're telling us.
But my dad is like, oh, I'm tired. Oh, I'm tired.
Well, that's what you told me on a sworn recorded statement yesterday. Because when I said, oh, you went upstairs and passed out, you were like, no, I did not pass out. You got attitude with me because you were assuming, you thought I was assuming that you were drunk. So that's an assumption. That was an assumption when I said you passed out. And guess what? You corrected me.
You're very adamant about the fact that both of you had your weapon out. What's your favorite word to use?
Competences.
You used it today, so to say that you guys are within your wedge. There's two empty bottles of wine.
No, but they drank both of them.
I think you did.
We didn't.
There's receipts for the
They were both purchased yesterday, so I don't know how you didn't. Because they weren't there the day before.
So one was.
Two Publix receipts from yesterday. Only thing purchased on either one was a single bottle of wine, 2 of them. So we have each bottle of wine that was empty in your garbage can that you purchased yesterday, or he purchased, but you two would have consumed together.
Okay, well, I
mean, it's receipts, so it's not even worth the going
So this is, so I don't know what you guys are, I don't know.
We were just hoping that we could figure out why.
What was the motivation?
There was no motivation.
You sure?
Wow.
Well, we're watching a video that after talking to you, everything was laughing and fun. Now we're watching a video where it's not laughing and fun. He's begging for his life, and you are in a very angry voice telling him to fuck off.
No.
Yes, that's absolutely what it was.
No. Oh God, the outright denial. Oh gosh, I'm sorry guys. I don't really have too much value to add to this. I mean, because we've already reacted to this. It's just sometimes I can't help myself. Okay, because some of the stuff that she's saying, man, it just triggers me a bit.
It's not an assumption. The video's there. We played it for you.
So you guys think that I intentionally?
You got up off the couch, and walked up the couch, or walked up the stairs and got into bed. That was intentional. There's no way getting around that. You intentionally did that. Nobody drugged you up there. You didn't float up the damn stairs.
Okay, well, it's not fair. It's not fair that you guys keep trying to say that that's what I did.
I don't know how to tell you.
You told us that. You didn't go upstairs?
Again, there was a hole in the suitcase. I insisted from the hole with one finger.
Well, the damn hole didn't do him no good, did it?
But he could push it open.
No, he didn't. The video shows him pushing up. If he could push it open, why wouldn't he have gotten out himself? Why would he beg you to open it?
Because you can't breathe.
Okay.
If someone can do something for themselves, they're going to do it. They don't need assistance unless they need assistance.
So why would he start doing it?
Because he couldn't, because it was all the way thick.
Okay. It wasn't.
It wasn't.
I intentionally didn't do it. That I intentionally did not do.
Well, you didn't intentionally do what?
Zip it all away. He nor I. Nor. That's why this.
You didn't lay hands on each other.
No. No. I don't have anything.
You're right.
He doesn't. Whatever that is, whatever it is.
He does.
See, this is what happened. It's not fair that you guys, just because he has those, automatically blame it on me. Like,
Well, what about when you had your injuries and he gets arrested? Is that not fair?
Really? Like, really?
Exact same thing.
Really?
He has injuries. You have injuries. Like, what does that mean?
I don't have any injuries.
Correct.
Because he and I have not been at it with one another.
So every time that you guys fight, you both hit each other? So you should have probably
No.
gone to jail all those times that he went to jail for domestic?
Oh, the one time I did. But he completely trashed the police report. Because that's nothing what happened. Because the reason why I got taken in was because my story was different than his. So I'm being portrayed as like this abuser.
We're not saying that he doesn't abuse you.
Absolutely.
We're not saying.
So I'm the one that's being portrayed as the
Because
I have never dealt with anything like this before. I don't know what to do, how to do it, and I always know what to do and how to do it. This, I don't know. So I don't know, like,
I always know everything.
what's going on, or like,
We are simply trying to find out as well. Again, we got one side of the story. You're telling us we're going with what you're saying, but then we find stuff that negates what you're telling us.
and I don't even remember doing that.
Okay. You're telling us that we're assuming stuff, but what we're simply doing is telling you what we saw in the video and
I
repeating what you
understand.
told us.
I understand. Because I don't remember that.
Okay? Doesn't mean it didn't happen just because you don't remember it.
So is the texting thing something about me? Like, what's
The what? Texting? Oh, no, I'm texting.
So,
you guys are scaring me, so, like, I don't know, like, what to expect. I mean, I had questions of things that need to be taken care of. Like, I don't.
okay, you left him in the bag when he's begging you, saying, I can't breathe, let me out, and you said, fuck you. And you got up off the couch and went upstairs and left him in that bag.
Not intentionally.
Again,
I would never do that to George.
you did.
Not
It happened.
intentionally. Know that.
I don't.
Know that.
You got up and you went up to bed.
Alcohol is a shitty thing. It's alcohol. Not, again,
The reason that you killed him?
you all,
Please sit down.
listen to me.
Please sit down.
You all, listen. I did not intentionally kill him.
So your attention.
Double negative right there. I did not intentionally kill him. Ooh. Hi, Shanza. How are you doing today? I'm doing good. How are you? I love it when koepsell is looking at koepsell. It's like, are you hearing the same thing I'm hearing?
I don't know what it is I need to do, or how to do it, or what to say, or how to say it.
But what was your intention?
Everyone knows. Everyone knows. Everything that I've done for George, and loved him, and continuously helped him throughout his life with me, and made him a happier, better person.
And everybody has their limits.
Everyone knows that.
Everybody has their limits.
So it's like, okay, so while we're in a good place right now, I'm gonna snap. Is that what it, while we're in a good place right now?
Yeah. Absolutely. I got you on video screaming, fuck you.
This is what it feels like when you're choking me. This is what it feels like.
Which was however long ago. You said it.
Videos from last night.
Clearly,
So what did that? Yeah.
there's still feelings towards it. You wouldn't say it if you didn't feel it.
But I would never do that.
But it happened, and you did.
But that's after being playful.
But no one's
And having a good day.
No one's laughing except you.
Every time you have a good day. Oh, I'm sorry?
I would hate to see a bad day.
Y'all are making me out to be a person that I'm not. Nor have, or will I ever be.
Or are you a different person when you're drunk?
People have different personalities after they consume alcohol.
It depends. It's like well,
Because you're sober now, so sober you.
Nice
Well, what about drunk you?
not, it's both of us. us. And it's not fair that you all are assuming that the marks that he has on him are from me.
We asked you where they came from.
I have no idea.
Well, nobody else was there, so nobody else.
I have no idea. I swear I did not lay a hand on him.
You just zipped them in the bag.
Nor he.
You just zipped them in the bag. And then you flipped the bag around several times.
I didn't do that intentionally.
You didn't intentionally flip the bag around?
No, why would I do that? Well, you told me you did. When he was upside down. Right.
Well, you had to put them upside down.
You can't get in a suitcase upside down because oh my gosh. You put the stuff in where the body was. That's unfortunately nobody else was there. That's
We have a video showing the suitcase in several different positions. So it shows one, like she just said, it had been on its back with the lid open for him to get in there. You just zip it up. Then it shows it on the other side with him in it. So you had to flip it to there. Then there's another video where it's on its back again. So you had to.
I'm leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it like this. I did not intentionally do this. No malicious intent or effort was towards this. No malicious. I would say this that helps you sleep, but you're not sleeping, so. Last night, I maybe got an hour. Right.
In your voice, you can hear the maliciousness. The fuck you is very, very.
You don't talk to people like that. That's not like a common, like, hey Scott, fuck you. That's not common. It's not something people do. And no one that sees that is gonna think that. Okay. So we were trying to give you an opportunity, and it is what it is. There's no maliciousness towards that. So I would probably be telling myself that my intent was not for that to happen. But he went upstairs and went to bed. Or maybe he passed out, I don't know. Waiting for him. And the whole time frame thing, it's like, it's regardless, that's not really there. Regardless, waiting for him, it's not like you walked up the stairs. You can't fly up the stairs, no one can take you up the stairs. Okay. You go up the stairs, you lay in the bed, and you wait for him. Who cares if it's 5 minutes? Who cares if it's 30 freaking seconds? He's begging for his life. He's begging to get out. You go upstairs. It doesn't matter. So get the time frame out of your mind. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because there's this. So it doesn't matter anything what it is I say. So it makes no difference whatsoever. You're lying and like you're now changing your story. About what? Now you were drunk. Oh, I never said that I was drunk. Exactly what you did here today. That's okay. Everything was alcohol.
You blamed it on alcohol.
You blamed it on alcohol. Alcohol doesn't lie to people. Yes, but I never said I was drunk. Yes.
So you did this sober. You knowingly left him down there sober.
I have already told those of you also that we were both drinking. Right.
Okay.
But you want to admit that you were drunk. I'm telling you all both. This has changed my life. I will take this. I don't know. Yeah. That's a true statement.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But you're trying to dance around the fact that you
what were you doing? Okay,
you left him in there. You're trying to dance around the fact you left him in there.
This is not.
It's
not cool. Like this is not cool.
It's not cool. He's dead.
But you think that I did that intentionally? You think that I did that intentionally?
You intentionally left him in there and left the room. You went upstairs to a different room.
You intentionally did that?
You did.
Yes. Because I'm thinking he's going to get out. Okay, he didn't. Obviously not.
When somebody's begging saying,
But when you say that, though, but you have to don't torso. Like, again, I thought it was a boy crying wolf. So it's just like, what? Oh, so if your son was in there and said, I can't breathe, are you going to open it, or is he 9, so he's not, really? It's not a big deal. I'm just asking a question.
Oh, you said you would never put your son in a suitcase. You would only put George in there.
No, George got in a suitcase.
And you zipped it up.
Not all the way and not intentionally to leave him there.
But that's what happened. But you keep going away from it.
I don't know.
That's exactly what happened.
Are you trying to have me admit that? Because I will never admit it because it's not true. It's not true.
I'm basically stating as a fact that that's what happened.
Okay.
You videotaped him asking to be let out. You go upstairs.
So what, guys? So what? Like, just, I don't know what you want me to say other than it was not out of maliciousness or intentional. I don't know what or how I can say it. I love George. Love him. To this day still. Love him.
What makes you do crazy?
It's not one of those things where it's like, oh gosh, you know what? I've done enough for you at this point. I never gave up on him.
Okay.
Why I'm here today, I'm still not giving up on him.
You killed him.
I would do anything for him.
Well, you gave up checking up on them.
That was my love situation.
Oh gosh. Okay.
We're simply just trying to go through, I mean, again, you gave us a completely different story that you churched up to, this was such a lasting matter.
It was fun.
Not by that.
All day. All day.
That video.
All day.
Bye, lady.
Anybody look at it, I don't think anybody will look at that video and go, George is having fun right now.
So why is it you all think that y'all don't know me, you know, would do something like that, especially having a 9-year-old son? Like why?
9-year-old son.
Like
Why are you so like caught on what we think?
Yeah.
Because you should be more concerned about what you told us. It's because like you guys are like trying
The things that the video shows that are opposite of what you told us, and then what you know.
like what is opposite?
Well, you said that it was funny, and you're the only one.
We were playing before that.
Okay.
But then it stops.
Yeah.
It obviously stops being fun.
Well,
Because you're screaming at him, he's not going to get
screaming
up.
at him.
Sounds like screaming at me.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. In no way, shape, or form that it's intentional. At all. Ever. Okay. Are you still going to allow us to do your fingernails? Go for it. Go for it. Okay, cool. All right, I'm going to get that set up. Do you need to know that when you come back and I ask about this? Yeah. So what?
Just don't understand.
So it
I
was.
don't understand how your story changes so much to the fact
How
that
did it change me? Please help me explain it. Understand.
you went on about how this was such a playful thing and you guys were laughing. And it probably was for a few minutes, but then it obviously changes. The whole demeanor of this whole situation completely changes. It's not the funny, laughing matter. He's not laughing at all.
I didn't think he was being serious.
You absolutely sound serious.
I didn't think so. Like, just.
You don't think your voice, you sounded serious?
Okay. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It was a great day.
Okay.
It didn't end well, obviously.
What I'm trying to say is, I mean...
I can't explain to you how horrific it was to find him. Horrific. Because I don't remember seeing this video. How horrific. I'm thinking he's in the bathroom. I'm thinking he's downstairs in my laptop. I can't find him. So what's going to happen?
Here's what gets me though, is you don't remember taking videos, you don't know where he is, you don't remember him being in the suitcase, and you're still telling me that you had your wits about you. How does somebody have your wits about him when...
See, that's the thing too. But you can clearly tell. You can clearly tell that I had been drinking some. You can clearly tell.
I've had several people that came up to me in that apartment complex said that you were drunk on a daily basis.
Oh my gosh. Right.
Regularly.
Right.
Really?
Right. Talk to the property manager. Talk to the property manager.
Okay.
Because it's not...
These are your neighbors, the ones that live next to you. Your property manager does not live next to you. They see you every day. How many of you guys...
What are your questions?
Yep.
Can I help you? Who's coming? Did you do the fingernails?
You said that we could.
And you don't have to allow us to do it, just so you know, so don't think that.
I don't have a problem.
Okay.
Love it.
So, am I getting my phone back?
No.
Not today.
What about Lucas's laptop?
No.
Not today.
What does that mean?
We're still going through everything.
Oh, that's fine.
You're the one just telling us there's videos that we need to see on it, so we need
That's
to do our
fine.
due diligence that we go through everything.
See, and that backfires on me now too, because now you all think that I had even more, in quotes, intent to do what I did then, which was not intentional.
What's that?
In that. Is that correct?
He's asking about your timing in the hand.
No, but I'm asking if that's correct.
No, I'm not going to agree with anything that you're saying. I'm not, that you're.
So, his person officer.
Mm-hmm.
Do you all inform her or do I need to call her?
We don't have to inform her, so if you would like to call her, you can. Are you saying because he's still on probation?
No, but because of the nice lady that she is and all that she's done for him, I thought I didn't know how it was.
Legally, we just have to tell his parents, and we don't go telling.
Everybody else?
I didn't even know who his probation officer was, so no, I wouldn't go tell.
So the same thing for classes. I need to do that too.
Classes. You need to do what?
Substance abuse class and his ballot intervention.
Yeah,
Something else I'm just worried at. So, other than this, so initially, what was the cause of death?
she is still pending because she wants to hold the body for an additional day to see if more of those bruises turn into something bigger. And she's doing some other tests that she's got to do. So she's pending it for now.
So that couldn't have been of him being in the suitcase? Or y'all saying that I physically did it?
That's what she's determining.
So
the ones on the head, I asked her, could that have been from the suitcase, and she said she didn't think so.
I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me.
Okay.
I'm leaving it at that. So I don't know if you all know how to do this because so that's what I was going to ask, you already asked. So are you all updating his parents today or when you get final, whatever?
What does it matter? What we tell his parents, maybe?
Because
we're gonna talk to
What she meant to say was, why does it matter anyways if we're going to arrest you right now?
with them.
Okay,
I have to.
but it's going to come down to me.
What do you mean?
Right, so it's being put on me.
Who said that?
But I'm not, so what is it to tell them?
We're gonna give them an update, just like we gave you an update on their autopsy.
Okay, so it's whatever
Well,
bruise
here's the thing.
whatever on the head.
We had to deliver news to them last night that their son was dead. There was not a whole lot of conversation that goes on after that. It's not a very easy thing.
Was it yesterday or Sunday? Sunday. Today's Tuesday, right?
Did we not meet you yesterday? We met you yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. Right. Did you not meet yesterday?
Another question.
Really? Yes, on Monday.
Okay.
I feel like her way of going through her list of questions is trying to pretend like she's like in control of the situation again when she clearly lost control a long time ago when they confronted her, especially with the video.
Got it.
Perfect.
I pretend I'm in control of it.
So I don't know if I asked you guys or how I find this out other than talking to his parents, which is not going to happen.
Yeah. Probably a terrible idea.
How do you guys suggest me finding out about funeral?
That's not even something that's been probably talked about between the family. That's not something we asked. We have no way of.
I didn't know, that's why I'm asking. So
It'll be up to them to make the arrangements of what they want to do. If she just told you this quick, just being told last night, I'll pretty much be willing to wager that they have not even considered what they're going to do.
I thought he can't even be released, so. I've been there with parents, grandparents, and uncles. So, I don't know if I have the right to or not, but like I was gonna call his former employees, whom he really cared for, and let them know.
That you murdered him?
You can call whoever you want. I just don't want to do something that I'm not supposed to. How do I go about getting his wedding ring, engagement ring? It's at the medical examiner's office. It'll come to us eventually, and then
It'll be released to the next of kin.
yeah, okay. I bought it for him.
That is a civil issue. It was on his finger, it goes to them, they're the ones that are going to release it. We don't have any say in that.
So I won't get that back. So for all of this, like, how do I find out what's what, how many, like, what's been found?
What do you mean?
Pillow with stain, swab with stain from pillow, suitcase. That will all be sent off to FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement. They do their testing. So, and then like whatever white can with blood and necktie with blood was from the suitcase. Okay. Why would you guys, oh, you'll see it in there, the baseball bat for Lucas and the speed. And this is just his phone, my phone, and the laptop. Yeah, when anything can be released, we will release it, but we are very early in this investigation, and it's not an overnight process, unfortunately. So, what's next?
They're going to come and swab your fingers.
No, I'm talking about, like, in the long run. Like, what do I need to, like, do I need to be doing something, or, like, I can't tell you what to do. I mean, like, so, like, for, like, I don't understand, like, I don't know if you guys are just gonna, like, because it makes it sound like, to me, like, I'm being accused of something that was not intentional. I'm being accused of it. And a handful of other things I'm being accused of. Okay. So I don't want to be at home with Lucas and you guys show up.
Don't worry.
So, we're still investigating. I don't know what you want me to tell you. So,
yeah, you can call me Corgi. Corgi's fine. That works.
Is there going to be concrete whatever it is, and then it's like, okay, this is what it is, kind of thing, or like, because I've done the whole court thing, I've done the whole attorney thing, I've done whatever. So if I'm not admitting anything about being intentional and I killed George, that's not the situation, but it's trying to depend on me. That was not my intent. But it's trying to depend on me. So however, or whatever it is I need to do in order for that to be proven, then I need to do so, which is why I'm trying to get my ducks in a row. So that's why I'm asking what the next step is, other than me getting my nails swabbed. I mean, you want me to tell you how to not be accused of a crime? Is that what you're asking? Like, I don't know what you... I'm trying to prepare myself for whatever may need to be done so I can, stick up for myself. I mean, I think you're doing just fine. You came, you talked. I just don't want you guys to, again, show up and Lucas is in the house. Well, we did tell you yesterday that we don't want to do anything around your son, hence why you came to us. So I don't know why you think that's going to change. That and or me not just show up back home. I'm sorry, what? That or what? Me just not show up back home. That's what, oh, he's so happy that I'm staying there at the house, so Brian, like so happy. And I'm not going back to the house, to my house, for however long I can stay over here because of whatever to blow over. Mm-hmm. And again, if you don't mind me asking, so for whatever it is you all are claiming from the videos, which, yeah, is that what you're going to tell him? Like his parents? It's like, oh yeah, and by the way, she did.
Did what?
I mean, what would you tell him?
I don't think it really matters what we're going to tell the parents.
Oh, yeah, it is a fuel to the fire.
Well, we can't hide things, and I don't know, I'm not saying we're gonna go, I'm not saying that we're gonna go and tell them every single thing we have, but again, this is the Orange County Sheriff's Office as public record, so eventually, like, this all will come out. So, it's just like, you're making it sound like we're gonna tell them something, so then your life is in danger, and I don't like that accusation. So, let's just nip that in the butt right now.
Well, that's what's going to happen.
I cannot choose,
But we can't even, so technically there's no concrete report yet, even.
right, so
it's,
you want me to like tell you exactly what I'm gonna tell them? I don't know what I'm gonna tell them, let's just leave it at that. Just like you don't know why you went upstairs, I don't know what I'm gonna tell them.
So,
Parents that are dealing with.
can I call you the way that I did last time?
Yeah, my phone is an open line. This should be there now.
I get it. Look, I get it. That was really bad. So that's what scares me. Like, what do I need to plan on? Like, what do I need to plan on? I promise you, on my son's life, it was not intentional. I promise you, on Lucas's life, it was not intentional.
I don't know you. I can't say I know anything about you. I don't know what would be a true statement, what would not. I mean, if you're promising on your son's life, that's fine.
That's how much it means.
Sorry.
That's how much that's how much it means. I hope you take that to heart. Please.
And it's documented that you said that, yeah. I get it.
Do you have any idea when I can get my phone back?
Just getting her phone back.
What did you say?
I said, no, I mean, our digital forensics unit has had a lot of cases on their plate. I mean,
Well, and that's not technically my laptop, it's Lucas' laptop. But he plays, you'll see all the games that he has on there.
as soon as we can get that back to Lucas, we will. As soon as we can release your phone, we will. But we have no way of being able to tell you because we don't have control over their caseload and how they arrange what they do. So I don't know. And at this point, I think, honestly, with everything else that's going on, it should probably be at the bottom of your list of worries.
I'm trying to make Lucas happy so he can have his laptop back.
Okay.
Did Brian not have a laptop for him?
He has his laptop that he has to do for work, but he doesn't want him using it or breaking or dropping. It's not a big deal. There's nothing on the laptop anyway. So you will keep me posted, like updated.
You're so done with her at this point.
I don't know, I can't, like, I don't know what to tell you though. Like, what?
But you all have more information than I do where it's like, yeah, you might want it, or yeah, you might want it.
I'm sorry, what?
Like, we have more information on what?
Like,
We told you everything that we have. You know everything that we know. And most of it we got from you.
but, like I was telling her, like, yeah, that's bad. Like, which I swore on my son's life was not intentional. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what I need to do for myself going forward with it. Nonetheless, with his family. And are you all just showing up with Lucas now?
Because we've already both told you that we would be mindful in these situations.
Call me tomorrow. So you guys, I guess you're gonna call me tomorrow? Or are they gonna come back down here?
I'll chat with you next time. I have no idea when I'm gonna call you next.
Isn't the report come out tomorrow?
What report?
I'm just saying the report is generated through us, and the sheriff's office is a public entity. So if someone were to come request something, then...
No, I'm talking about, his autopsy.
She's waiting and doing our follow-up, but...
She's looking at him against
yeah.
but she won't be finished with him because she's pending further stuff.
So after this, what? I'm done? For now? How long does this stuff take to get back?
The FDLE results?
You won't get back. The swabs and stuff will stay.
They don't know about it?
Our dispatch center keeps calling my phone. I keep having to have other people call them to see what they need.
I hope you all can really both truly understand that that was not my intent. I miss him a lot.
I mean,
No.
but my question has remained the same. What do you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position like that?
Yes, but you have to understand too,
Just what would you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position?
I have no idea because I've never done it before.
Why have you never done it before?
Why would I?
Exactly.
Why would I do it before?
Why did you do it now?
I clearly have said why. Why?
No, you don't know why. You just know that it's not intentional, but you don't know why. But that's okay.
Really?
I'm not trying to force you to say something that you don't know.
She does know.
Feeding and petting. The fact that you guys would assume that I'm that kind of person.
We're not assuming anything. We're going by the facts. It happens.
Oh, the best part is
Like
coming
you
up.
said, you don't know me. What time is it, please? 4:40.
I really think she doesn't like silence. Hey, Makawaka. Makawaka?
West. And so, for me to have to live with getting him out and doing what I did is punishment enough.
Is he not laughing the
I think
gallery?
that's why I haven't slept. Because that's all we see.
So that right there says something. Not my intention.
As if it's already punishment enough. Don't arrest me.
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now. Nonetheless, punishment in itself.
Definitely a tragic situation.
I'm very wrong. It's unfortunate that stupid things like this happen.
Absolutely.
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
Good dollars too.
Are you trying to make it worse?
Sorry, what?
Are you trying to make it worse?
Make what worse?
How I feel?
I hope the jury isn't asleep by now. I hope they heard this part. I hope they heard this part.
He is fine. I was there yesterday. And then she took your photos.
Dare to make it about the daughters. It's all about her.
I'm just going to be fun to go around. I want you to then keep them for your life.
Here comes the swab. Here comes the swab. Sarah Boone, accused of killing her boyfriend. She deserves life. Is he in the back? He's back there. He's a rattlesnake right now. He's in rattlesnake mode. No, they're not speeding it up. I sped it up because I was behind it a little bit.
Okay, Sarah. So, you're not free to go. Okay. Do you promise everything you told us is the truth? Or no? Everything we talked about today?
Yes. What do you mean?
He asked to swear. Remember I swore you yesterday on the audio recording? I just forgot, so you raised his hand to remind me to tell you.
No, show us Sarah. Show us Sarah.
Okay. Do you promise and swear that everything we talked about today has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
For which?
True and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
What, that it wasn't intentional?
Everything you said today, everything that's come out of your mouth has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
To the best of my knowledge.
Correct. Yes.
Why?
That's how you
talk to somebody this week to assure that everything that we talked about is
true and accurate to the best of that person's knowledge.
it's not a trick question.
To the best of my knowledge?
To the best of your knowledge.
Everything that you've told us today is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, but it was not intentional.
Okay. Okay.
Give me a favor, stand up. And just turn around, face the wall. Put your hands behind your back. Do you have anything in your pockets that I should know about?
No.
Correct.
Why is this happening?
Because George is dead.
Not intentionally.
We understand that.
He's still dead.
Well, we don't.
Someone needs to call Brian, please.
Okay.
Or can I not make a phone call?
You'll be able to make a phone call when you get down to the jail.
So why is this happening? So this was a trick.
No, it's not. How was it a trick? I'm here to ask you to explain a few things to us. And
You were right, you're right.
your response to everything was basically, I didn't do it.
Intentionally.
It doesn't matter. It's still there. Do me a favor. Have a seat.
Really, guys? why it was happening?
Because
Before you all said I could leave. That I was done after that.
we were done, yes, we were done. Absolutely.
So that's what it is.
We are done.
Right. Not intentional.
Okay.
So what am I supposed to do now?
You will,
Someone needs to call Brian. Lucas is waiting for Mom to come home. This was not my intention. I thought I was waiting for you all to come and figure out what's what and how many.
that's what we're trying to do.
And I was going to be able to go home and see Lucas. Now he's just not going to have me come home. So there's nothing that I can do.
No.
There's nothing that I can do in order to go home and see Lucas and prepare.
You'll be afforded the time in court, you'll be afforded an attorney, you'll be afforded a chance to
4.5 years later, 9 attorneys afterwards.
talk to a judge, and all that stuff will be worked out.
But what's the time frame for that, though?
I have no way of being able to tell you. You should make a first appearance by tomorrow morning, if not tonight, depending on how things are busy, how quickly you get down there. I don't work in
Suspicion that this is going to happen. And I need water, like, really bad, please. We'll all shut me down.
Absolutely do not.
I just got those.
Okay. Yeah, you're not allowed in the jail.
So I can't even smoke cigarettes like that. What? Am I going to? And what am I going to do with my car?
So you find where it is. When you get down there, you'll have 3 phones you'll be able to call.
What, as soon as possible?
Yeah, once you get down there, get hooked in, you'll be able to use a phone in the waiting
But how long will that take? Because I need to talk to Brian.
Yeah, no, it depends how busy, how quickly they get you through. I would say within the hour. It's a free phone call in the lobby. It's a free phone call.
All I'm doing is bringing their side
She has no clue.
So can I ask you, or whoever it is, those holding cells, the holding cells, am I going to be fighting one of those?
I don't know.
Last time I had a panic attack.
Let them know that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you're familiar with the big bay. As long as you go in.
She's in her customer in distress mode. Let me throw everything I can at the supervisor to see if I can get out of this. It's your fault, not my fault that I'm in this situation. She said she got to go pick up her son. Lucas is waiting for his mom. I'm going to have a panic attack. Like, what else is she going to give us?
Let them know that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you're familiar with the big bay. As long as you go in and you act civil to them, they'll set you in the big bay. You'll be left there for a little while.
Request that while I'm there?
No, that's not us. We don't work at the jail.
As long as what you're saying is you don't have
You
to.
go in and act like this, you'll go in and they'll put you in the big bay. If you go in there screaming and kicking and yelling and cursing, I don't know. I'm just letting you know that's what happens. That's how they weed people out. If you go in acting like this,
So I asked for the big bang?
they'll put you there as long as you're acting like this.
Yeah, because the last time I had a major panic attack with the little thing.
Thank you.
I have not.
So what am I going to do with my purse? Okay.
At first it's going to come, but the cigarettes are stuck in, so.
I put the wrong cup too. My bad.
Oh, no, it's all good. Mine are now opposite, so.
What made you all decide to do this?
We made us decide to do this.
Uh-huh.
Georgia said.
You guys, I knew this was going to happen.
You did? Okay.
So I came down to the village.
Yes, absolutely. We were trying to figure out what's going on. We're still trying to figure out.
Unintentionally.
Okay.
Don't forget, I have my, I don't know if it's able to see or not.
I apologize.
I have things in my car that I need to.
For your. What kind of stuff do you have in your car that you're worried about?
Well, I have my medication.
Okay, they
Oh,
have
here comes the medication stuff. Okay. Donna Adelson pulled that.
pharmacy there, so if there's something that you have to have right away, you'll be seeing a nurse.
They can't pass up.
So again, when you get checked in, you're going to be seeing a nurse. And that they have a pharmacy there, so they'll be able to take care of any kind of that stuff. That protocol is out of my realm. I don't work down there, so I don't know, but I do know they do have a pharmacy. And that you will be afforded to see somebody. Got it?
Hold on.
Yes, ma'am. I put it in there. All right.
No.
Judge, can we approach the bench?
Yes.
Oh boy, that was a long one. I would hate to have to sit on the witness stand. I bet you that chair does not look comfortable, is it? Is there a little bit of plush on there? Maybe a tiny bit of plush. Wow, it's already 6 o'clock in the courtroom. We really went into overtime today. I don't know why they didn't just continue the next day. An hour is pretty substantial. Unless you're just trying to speed run through this. Why didn't you call 911? But I called Brian. Why did you let him out of the suitcase? Because I went upstairs and fell asleep. Like I said, I didn't really have much to say because we've already reacted to the interrogation videos and stuff, so. If you guys want to watch the reaction, it is on the channel. Don't mind me. I'm just sitting here making facial reactions. I'm listening to
All right, members of our jury, I have an instruction that I need to read to you at this time. You have heard and watched a recorded interview that contained opinions and statements by Detective Lowen and Detective Koepsell to Sarah Boone. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by the police officers as true, but only to establish the context of Sarah Boone's reactions and responses. You may continue.
Ma'am, did all of these events that you have testified to in regards to your investigation, did they all occur in Orlando, Orange County, Florida?
Yes, they did.
And ma'am, do you see the person today here in court who admitted to zipping up George Torres in the suitcase?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the person today here in court whose voice you heard on the suitcase video taunting George Torres?
Yes.
Do you see the person here today in court who admitted to you flipping George Torres while he was in the suitcase?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the person today here in court who admitted going to bed while George Torres continued to suffer in the suitcase?
Yes, I do.
Could you please identify that person by an article of clothing they're wearing?
Yes, she's at the defense table in black and I guess a pinkish top.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
Record will so reflect.
And no further questions at this time.
We're already on day 2, and the state is already talking about resting with Sarah Boone testifying tomorrow. Here are some of the details that they mentioned for tomorrow's scheduling, and y'all better be here. If you can't be here live, then, you know, I'm sure you guys are going to watch it some way, somehow. Because Sarah Boone testifying in the stand is going to be quite a treat. A spoiled one.
This is our last witness. It's up to them on how long they cross her. I thought we anticipated Ms. Boone taking the stand at 10 a.m.
He mentioned 10:30.
And my understanding was that Mr. Henderson's
Boone taking the stand at 10 a.m., 10:30 tomorrow? Is that what they said?
that Mr. Cacciatore had no further questions for Detective Koepsell, and that we would tender her for cross tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Yep.
Mr. Henderson had advised it would be 30 to 45 minutes.
Yep.
Taking the worst case scenario, that would be 9:45, built in 15 minutes for redirect. I don't know if it's going to take that long. We will then remove the jury. Once the state rests, we will address any motions. I will colloquy your client on a couple of different matters, and then I will turn it over to you. So I would say that the start time, a good range, would be between 10 and 10:30. I hope we don't have the same delays we had this morning with access. It's Tuesday, not Monday. There may be less jurors, so it may allow better efficiency in moving our panel in. But as soon as the state rests, I intend on moving to motion, colloquing your client, and turning the ball over to you, sir, for you to call your first witness.
Prior to Sarah Boone testifying, I am going to want to view with her the suitcase in the back.
Understood. Okay, anything else?
Wow, I didn't expect this at all. What the heck? What day are we on? We're on day 2? Sarah Boone's going to testify on day 3? Oh my God, this is moving so quickly.
State.
No.
All right.
Defense.
No, sir.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you very much.
If the trial is shorter, that's good for me because I hate waking up this early. Oh my God, it is torture to wake up this early. Too early. Oh my God, she might testify tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, it seems like she's going to testify tomorrow, 10 o'clock, 10:30. I don't know if I'm ready. Am I ready? I don't know if I'm ready. You know, I really do appreciate how straight to the point the state is. it's very short. I like. I don't like it when they drag it out just for the sake of just, I don't know. Because sometimes I think they want to drag it out because they want to be super, super thorough, but I'm like, we don't need to be redundant. I don't like redundancy. All right, they're taking her away. We'll do a recap, and I'm already starving. My stomach's already growling. Who's Chelsea? Detective Chelsea Koepsell is the one who was on the stand testifying. She's one of the lead detectives. You're on Eastern time. I mean, honestly, I prefer it when the trials are on, I don't know, I guess like Central, Eastern. If it's on my time zone, it kind of sucks because I don't like ending at 5. So I guess it is better for it to be Eastern time zone, which a lot of the cases that we've been covering, a lot of them are on the Eastern coast. The Eastern coast. Don't mind me. I'm tired. I had good sleep though, but I had a bad dream. My dream was horrible. I know, right? Being a juror, I would want to jet my day away, Sarah. All right. Well, we heard from the attorney. Sarah Boone's going to be testifying tomorrow at 10 o'clock, 10:30. They're going to do cross-examination of Detective Chelsea Koepsell. It's going to be about 30 to 35 minutes. Redirect. Don't know if there's going to be one. Probably a short redirect. And then we'll have Sarah Boone testifying for the defense. Oh, but you know what? There are some witnesses that are going to be for rebuttal. So, for example, the state had their witness who examined Sarah Boone to determine whether or not Sarah Boone qualifies for a battered spouse syndrome. And I'm assuming they're going to save that for rebuttals. Rebuttals.